All right, we're just gonna give this a couple seconds, probably 20 seconds, and we're gonna jump right into this. Make sure everything's good. Test run of everything. We're all set up. Okay, so we're going to be going through this hack the box, or sorry, TryHackMe practice room. It is for Active Directory and Windows. It's called Breaking Windows, right? So I've already completed blue. This is a really simple, and I think they guide you through it even, but I probably did it 2 years ago. Um, a little walkthrough with using an eternal blue exploit. Um, and so I do just kind of, for the sake of fullness, let's knock this one out real quick. It's a quick little walkthrough, and then we will kind of move into the other machines from there. So I just started up the machine here. In about 60 seconds, it's going to give us an IP address. Over here in my terminal, I'm going to run sudo openvpn. And if you are up to date with your OpenVPN version, you're going to have to specify this config parameter and then your config file, as well as this data ciphers parameter, and then AES 256 CBC. As far as I know, it's still accurate. If you don't do that, it'll sit in a loop trying to connect. But yeah, so let's go ahead and connect to the VPN. We have initialization sequence completed. Okay, good to go. Oh, here's Google. And I'm going to put this on visible workspace so we always have it. And then we have our IP address here. So we're going to walk through here, scan and learn. Please note that this machine does not respond to ping. Scan the machine. So we're going to go ahead and run our in-map scan. I'm going to go to a different workspace here. Just a simple TCP scan. So I'm going to do sudo nmap. It's going to look something like this. I'm not going to output it to a log. Actually, you know what? Let's I'm gonna split this and then let's go to documents because I do have a TryHackMe. Um, and then let's make a directory. What's this one called? Windows. Uh, breaking windows. Okay, cool. We'll open this up in a new tab. Yeah. So we'll call this breaking windows. I'm gonna cd into it, and then we can from there run that nmap scan. So I'm gonna run sudo nmap. The sudos for increased TCP or yeah scan speed, send scan speed. We're gonna do stealth scan here. TAC T5. That's our thread count. It's max. The 5 is max there, so we're gonna be running it as fast as possible. This TAC SC is for short nmap scripts. TAC SV for service version enumeration. TAC BTAC to enumerate all 65,535 ports. We need to replace this IP address. So let us, in case I have copied something else in the meantime, or it didn't go through, copy our IP, we'll paste that over, and we're going to pipe it into a T command called nmapshort.log. So go ahead and put in our password here. And while that's running, we can do a quick scan here. I'm going to do sudo nmap TAC SS TAC T5. And then we're just gonna specify our IP. So 86.32. And that looks good. I'm not missing anything. Yeah, it should be fine. So while the other one is finishing, we are going to run this little quick scan. Mostly just hitting all the ports with the TAC BTAC, and this nmap scripts is what's gonna take this one so long. Okay, cool. So we see all these Windows services, right? Microsoft. These are common Active Directory environment services that you'd see running. So that's kind of that's a nod to Active Directory there. But did I back out of full screen here? What happened? What did we do? Enter full screen mode. Exit full screen mode. I've got this all funky here. It looks broken. Here, hold on. Okay. Yeah, it was breaking on top. I don't know if you were catching that up here, but it was like, I don't know, broken VMs, right? That's okay. So let's go back here and let's take a look. So they want to know how many ports, right? With a number under 1,000. And what is this machine vulnerable to? So it's MS17010, aka Eternal Blue. And if you're just joining, we're going through a quick overview of Blue, and then we're going to move on to some of the harder stuff. So let's go to Documents, TryHackMe. I just kind of want to get there. Breaking windows. Cool. So let's run that quick in-map scan again so you can take a look at it. This should complete very quickly. Okay, so here's our basic enumeration, right? Here's our 3 ports under port 1000 that were detected. And once we get our full in-map scan back, we're going to see that. It is going to take a second because TryHackMe has always taken a second. Um, TryHackMe is in general pretty slow for me. I don't know why. It's a little bit annoying, but yeah, we got our right IP address here. It's piped out. Um, with the box name blue, it's pretty, and when it says exploiting Windows Eternal Blue, if you wanted that flag, you could do a quick little. This is Wikipedia even. Jesus. This thing, yeah, so the WannaCry exploit is what we're going to be using, MS17010. But while we wait on nmap, we can press on. So it wants us to go ahead and fire up Metasploit, right? So, and then we're going to find the exploitation code to run against it. So that's going to look something like this. If we run MSF console, and then we'll just do a search for blue. Honestly, it will give us the results we need. So if we type search blue here, and hopefully you can see what we have 24 results. So kind of going through these. I wonder if it wants MS17. Let's do search MS17. It might be a better. Again, I haven't done this specific one in a minute, but so yeah, this is good exploit code here. Let's do use 0. So, and you can always tell, especially if you're new to like Metasploit and stuff, like the first directory variable there, if it's exploit, you're looking at exploitation code, auxiliary, you're looking at probably some kind of scanning module, and you can kind of enumerate, what's going on. Just looking at the directories here, like you could have Eternal Blue right here in the end, but if it's auxiliary, it's not going to be exploit code. So, and that's important to think about kind of exactly what you're running, especially with Metasploit if you're testing for like OSCP. So just something to keep in mind. But we can do info here to get more info about the code that we have loaded. We can see here, Eternal Blue, SMB, remote Windows kernel, pool, corruption. YouTube tags just opened up. That's, okay. Gedit YouTube tags, okay. And then our in-map scan finished here. So we can take a look. You can see MSRPC, and we're gonna be exploiting this SMB here. So I think it tells us even probably with this in-map scan, but I did run the short scripts, so it may not have picked it up. But this is such a popular exploit, you should recognize probably from the version. Which is right in here. So we're picking up account use, guest, auth, user. We see it's running Windows 7, and I'm not seeing like SMB version 2. I mean SMB 2. Probably if we'd run our in-map scan with what is it? Instead of TAC SC, it would be TAC A. That would run all of in-map scripts against it, and then we can even run, for instance, we're getting SMB back, we're getting SMB2 back, we're looking at Windows 7, we're like, okay, this thing's old, and eternal blue hit everyone so hard. It's something that's in the back of your mind that you want to check for when you start to recognize patterns. So, and we can do that really quickly. Sudo nmap. We can do scripts. I believe it's script. Tag. Let's do tag SS. Uh, is it nmap scripts? Here, nmap tag h. Nmap tag h grep script tag script. Okay, so we will do ls tag la, and we're gonna go to user share nmap scripts here, and we're gonna yeah smb. We're gonna grep ms, and you'll see here here is a script to detect the vulnerability MS17010, the Microsoft vulnerability. So we're going to copy that there, and then we can run our sudo nmap tac ss tac script equals, and we can paste it in. And we need a IP address, which is way up there. How about we just go here? 10.10.86.32. So 10.10.86.32. Hopefully this kicks back to us. Failed to resolve. We can also run this with help. I think it's script help. So it would look like, oh my god, it would look like script help. Script help. Yeah, and then it gives us a little bit of information about what the script does, maybe how to run it. This one doesn't give us an example, but it gives us references. Actively exploited by WannaCry, ransomware, malware. So just again, running this is another way, and you can go to Google. They have them all on one site. Nmap script MS17, and pull up the NSE script here, and they have examples. So it looks like they want you to specify the port. That was probably one of our issues. And I think it said it equals to, which it didn't like that, the formatting. So if we did, oh, it's because I pasted it in twice here. If we set it like this, and then we take away stealth scan, and we can specify the port, that should return something for us. There we go. So you see the TCP port is open with the Microsoft DS service, and it is claiming vulnerable to MS17010, the SMB version 1 server. Vulnerable, risk factor high, critical remote code execution. The most beautiful kind of remote code execution. So let's go back to our Metasploit here. And again, if we'd run TAC A with our nmap, right? If we'd thrown an attack capital A in here, that would have came back to us. This would have verbatim came back to us. So that's my bad. I'm running the short scripts. TryHackMe takes so long. I had to. So automatic target, we have already enumerated Windows 7. I'm almost positive. Did we get 100% result Windows 7? Windows 7 Professional on port 445, yes. So we can set targets. So set target, and then whatever number that was, number 1 here. Target equals 1. So we can do options, and then set our rhost to 10.10.86.32, right? Yep. Okay, and then the R port is correct. And we just need to set our L host. So if we run like, and you can run some terminal commands here in Metasploit, but if you run like ifconfig, um, we are running in the top right here, we have our 10.13. That's running on tune 0. So we can just show options and we can set L host tune 0, the tunnel for your VPN. So and the predefined listen port should be fine. I think it makes its own connection within the script. We don't have to set up a listener. So yeah, we just go ahead and you can type run, or if you're really cool, you can type exploit. That's what I'm talking about. TryHackMe is just so damn slow. We didn't look at the payloads either. That's another thing. But we could have done we could have done something like, ooh, that tried to open mousepad. No, it's okay. This looks like some code from another box I was doing. Actually, you know what? Let's just open a new. And then I don't think I want to keep that. We can go ahead and get rid of this. Don't save. But yeah, if you've done something like you could do show payloads, but that's gonna give you it's gonna give you like thousands of results, or at least hundreds of results. But if you know like set payloads or set payload to um, like Windows, shell, meterpreter, preter, something like that. So that we have a meterpreter shell. Again, if you're going to do something like OSCP, you should know you cannot use meterpreter shells. It's very important that you know that. Oh my goodness, look at this. It failed. How many times has it failed? Twice? Sending stage and meterpreter session 2 opened. So um, there's shell number 1. Ooh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Okay. And they all died. They all died. I feel like it's almost there. I mean, it gave us the win, but are we it did it? Oh, we one of them didn't die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It says they all died. Okay. All right. Whatever. Okay. So oh no, that's not what the hell. It's Cali. We just ran ID on our own system. Okay, so let's do options. Let's do set payload to Windows. Um, okay, it won't autocomplete. Windows. Let's do shell interpreter. Right. Okay, hold on, wait. Show payloads, and then grab. Uh, we'll grab meter. What did I do wrong? Oh, payload windows shell interpreter. Payload windows. payload windows. And then it looks like they all are 64. So if we go and we add payload as a prefix, and then Windows 64, the value specified for payload. Let's do interpreter, and then we need reverse TCP on there. Interpreter, reverse TCP. Okay, and let's run that. So I don't know what the default payload for that is, but it wasn't kicking off, so trying exploit with 12 groom allocations. And just to press through this, because TryHackMe is giving me such a slow response here. It says find the exploit code. Okay, we found it. Yeah, set your options, right? So we did all that. So they're using Windows 64 shell reverse TCP. They're not using a interpreter shell. Um, Maybe this one gives us quicker results. Probably because interpreter payloads have a lot more to them in general. You know what I mean? So they provide a lot more functionality and other things. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that. Let's set payload, and we'll paste and exploit. Hopefully this kicks back pretty quick and doesn't die 9 times, but we will see. We will see. The other thing you can do is, and that's probably what they're going to have us do because they didn't give us some interpreter shell, is like background it and load it. Use like the load command to load it into. Do they have us do that? Confirm the exploit is run correctly. You may have to press enter for the DOS shell to appear. Background the shell, Control Z. If this failed, you may have to reboot the target VM. Try running it again before a reboot of the target. Okay. So they had us background it to check on it. And then, okay, yeah, so we're using this shell too here. If you haven't already, background the previously gained shell. How to convert a shell to interpreter in Metasploit. What is the name of the post module that we will use? So in Meterpreter, you could search posts and try to navigate through all the post modules. You could search Meterpreter and probably come up with something a lot quicker. But we are waiting on TryHackMe to give us a connection. And it failed. Sending stage win. Okay. So we are. I didn't even click over there, so that was good. Um, hmm. Is it just loading? Oh man, this is rough. This is rough. We may skip this one because it's so damn slow. Okay, we're gonna background it. Yes, session 9 because the first 8 failed. And then we're going to use that post module so we could search um, interpreter here. Oh, yeah, it actually gave us like 300. Um, but um, if you Google, I don't know how to convert a shell to a interpreter shell, you'll come up with this almost immediately. So we're going to. It's actually down here, right? Yeah. Post multi-managed shell to interpreter. So we're going to copy this. Um, And we're going to say use because we have the full path to it. And we can paste it in there. And then we can do info, right, to get a little information. It basically gives us just this header here, probably the provided by, compatible session types, and then description. That's kind of like the unique um, output for that command. Attempts to upgrade a command shell to interpreter. So you can see here we just need an L host and an L port, or you can just specify the session. So that's what we're going to do. So we just set session 9. So session equals 9. We show options to confirm it and then run it. Upgrading session ID 9. And hopefully that takes just a second. If it takes any longer than that, we're going to walk through it in here and hopefully move on to a machine that is not returning results so slowly. Oh, post module execution completed, but failed. So completed, but failed. If we search MS17 and we use 0 and we show our options and we set the L host to tune 0, which it is already 10.13. And that's everything we have on there. It's everything we need. So we can go ahead and run that. So if we run it, target's not vulnerable. Yeah, so the box crashed. That's what happened. It even says up here like the box might crash. Like that's not a good way to. Sorry, your box is probably gonna crash. Um, so we'll just walk through it and then we'll move on to the next one because this one's very basic anyways. A lot of people, if they know anything about Windows exploits, it's eternal blow, and want to cry. But so we set all of our options. And then yeah, once the interpreter shell, once you turn it into a interpreter shell, you're going to be able to run commands in the terminal at that point. Our first command shell crashed. Obviously, I tried to run a command, and you're going to be authority system. So you can, it says run git system. So git system, that's one of Metasploit's built-in commands to try to achieve like root access. Or it's like I'm not exactly sure if it's root access or like plus a TTY. Like I don't know for sure, but git system is like the go-to command if you're allowed to use Metasploit on something um, to try to take over a shell entirely. So we have yeah, run who am I? This should return we're the system, list the processes. So they just have you run ps, the processes command. And then you look at list is running as, so then you find one of the processes that's running as root and you migrate the process ID. Very stable. Again, it's like, sorry, your whole thing might crash and you're gonna have to do it again. And then with our elevated interpreter shell, which we had before messing with any processes or anything, run the command hash dump. Okay, so we run hash dump and what's the name of the default user? So it's going to give you NTLM, I'm pretty sure NTLM hashes that you can then take offline and crack from there. So, and if you do that, this is John's password down here. And then they want you to search for flags. It's pretty basic. Normally one of them's on a user desktop, one of them's in a root desktop or documents folder, and then there's like a fun one, you know, oh, like, where's it gonna be? That's pretty much this box. This box was super simple. And should we do the VIP? This is basics. I think it's like a walkthrough. It could be like a short audiobook for you. Let's see here. Wait, let's look. Introduction. Yeah, what is Active Directory, the forest, users and groups, trust and policies. Active Directory domain services and auth. And then there's a hands-on lab. Ooh, I do like that. I do like the hands-on lab. Oh yeah, this is like GitNet user. Okay, oh, you're using PowerView. Okay, let's see if we can do like a quick little walkthrough on this. So hopefully you know what Active Directory is, but it's probably the most common and most exploitable service that we find whenever we're talking about pen testing. Um, oh hey, thank you for the follow, 0x9D. Thank you for the follow. Um, my is my what's it called? Streamlabs? Sound alerts? Is it running through sound alerts? It didn't give me anything. I guess it logged me out. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it's the most exploitable service, really. It's and one of the most common. If you're applying for like a pen testing position or something like that, they don't necessarily want to see like, like, hey, I know my way around like a Linux terminal. It's going to be like, what do you know about exploiting Active Directory? What do you know about Bloodhound? What do you know about Sharphound and Impacket? Um, so extremely exploitable. It is like it's this framework that hosts that runs the network, the local network. So it has all your user information. It stores, has all their passwords, their trusts, their groups. And I guess we'll quickly get into some of these things, and then we'll try to get into that hands-on lab. And then after that, we're going to move into one that's not hands-on, so we can have some fun. I haven't touched any of them, so it will be a blind hacking. It'll be fun. So yeah, it's a way to, kind of network all of an organization's machines, servers, it says here, machines, servers. Majority of companies use Active Directory, what they say something like 99% or 98 I don't know if this is accurate, but I always hear 98% of the top 500 use Active Directory. So it's, and probably 85% of everyone, but so I understand what Active Directory is. Hopefully you do. If you don't, ping me in chat if you need more information. But okay, so we're looking at it physically. Like these are racks of servers. So these can be anything from domain controllers and storage servers to domain user machines. So a domain user machine, right? That's, you have someone in the office logging in. A domain controller, this is the number one, like this is the goal of exploiting Active Directory, is to compromise the domain controller. Storage servers obviously are just racks of computers storing data. But yeah, getting into this domain controller that has access to very sensitive information and groups and all kinds of stuff within the network. So domain controllers, oh, they go right into it. So domain controller is a Windows server that has Active Directory domain services installed. They control the rest of the domain, right? So if you have like google.com, right? So that's a bad example because Google's a giant monster. I love Google, but inside, google.com would be your domain, and then, controlling all the computers that are running behind that, all the servers behind that, all the user computers behind that, and linking them all together like a phone book, keeping everything in one place. So it holds the data store, handles auth and authentication authorization services, replicate updates from other domain controllers in the forest, and allows admin access to manage domain resources. So it talks about the data store. The AD data store holds the databases and processes needed to store and manage directory information such as users, groups, and services. Below is an outline. So They contain the ntds.dit file. This is the file that you want, because then you can, it has it has user creds in it. I mean, you take it offline, you can crack this file. If there's a weak password policy or something, and you're able to obtain this ntds.dit file, I mean, you'll find out really quick if there's a weak password policy or not, by how many of these credentials you can crack. Um, but also, stored by default in system root ntd. Okay, so they're just giving you a directory here, accessible only by the domain controller. So the goal is to compromise the domain controller, grab ntds.dit, take it offline. Hopefully you can get some credentials there. If not, there's a lot of other things we can do. That's everything you need to know about the physical on-premise. So, oh, we're supposed to be doing these. I haven't done this machine yet. So, no answer needed. Awesome. Completed. This one, what database does the ADDS contain? So that's the ntds.bit. And where is it stored? Um, I guess, yeah, it just wants the whole thing. So system root and then ntds. What type of machine can be a domain controller? What type of machine can be a domain controller? That's a good question. I don't really know what it's asking. A Windows server, maybe. Hey, it's right. Okay, cool. I mean, it makes sense. So I just hate when they make me guess. You know what I mean? Hey, Storm, hello. How's it going? Madi with a body. No, I'm just kidding. But what's up? Um, okay, so we're gonna talk about forests. Um, we just gotta, yeah, we got a few more here. So, um, a forest, right? So a forest defines everything. It's a container that holds all the other bits and pieces. Without the forest, trees and domains would not be able to interact, which we haven't talked about trees yet, so hopefully they they get into that. They didn't even bring it up yet. Um, the one thing to note when thinking of the forest is to not think of it too literally. Um, right. So here's an overview. I haven't done a lot with, necessarily large forests, but the forest contains or consists of these parts. So trees, a hierarchy of domains in Active Directory domain services. It contains domains that are used to control um, objects, right? So, and then organizational units. So these are all of your users, all of your computers, um, all of your groups, printers, trusts. So it allows users to access resources in other domains. So trusts are, which way information um, can flow between different organizational units. And it's really cool to look at it in a tool like Bloodhound. So um, Bloodhound is actually a tool that it really is just a data organizer and manipulator, but SharpHound is a data collector. So you run SharpHound and it grabs as much information as it can. Um, I think you basically you pipe in a file to it, and then Bloodhound will organize it in as many ways as it can think of. And in the last few years, it's gotten really cool. I think they just released a new update for it too, which I haven't checked out yet. But and you can see all the ways that the trusts are interlocked and who has access to this and who has access to that, and it can draw conclusions as to like the quickest exploit path. And it's like here to here, two moves. It's like a chess game. You can exploit this in 2 moves. Um, but yeah, okay, so objects, right? Again, users, groups, printers, computers, shares. That's another huge thing on Windows is these share drives. Domain services, DNS server, LLMNR, IPv6, and the domain schema, rules for object creation. What is the term for a hierarchy of domains in a network? A tree. What is the term for the rules for object creation? Um, the schema, domain schema. And what is the term for containers? These are organizational units. Organizational units, also known as OUs. OUs, you'll see this a lot, probably, if you are working with Active Directory, pen testing, or Active Directory just in general. Um, okay, so getting into users and groups. Um, the users and groups inside Active Directory are up to you. When you create a domain controller, it comes with default groups and two users, admin and guest. So it's up to you to create new users. Um, if you've ever been like sysadmin or have an idea of um, what that looks like, that's kind of, you're just creating objects and making sure that you're not doing it wrong. Probably just reading off a list of, click this, click that. So users, they're the core to Active Directory. Without users, why have it in the first place? Because it's a big phone book, right? Um, that helps connect everybody and helps them share their files and helps them access, resources in the network. And um, depending on how a company manages the permissions of its, there are four main types of users. Um, So they're going to go over domain admins. So this is the big boss, right? This is the one you want to compromise, domain admins. They control the domains and are the only ones with access to the domain controller. Service accounts can be domain admins. These are, for the most part, never used except for server service maintenance unless it's misconfigured, which it is way too often misconfigured, where you have service accounts doing things they should not be doing. Um, and they're required by Windows for services such as SQL to pair a service with a service account. So if we do if you run like Etsy password on your Kali Linux box, you'll see like a SQL, like a probably MySQL user, right? Or if you've done pen testing and you've seen like www data, um, that's like a service account. What Damon, I think it's just Damon on Kali, service accounts. So local admins, users can make changes to the local machines as an administrator, um, right? And they might have access over other normal users. And then you just have domain users. These are your everyday users. It's um, Kelly or John at the front desk and um, everybody else. So talking so much, I'm gonna lose my voice. Okay, groups, right? Groups make it easier to give permissions to users and objects by organizing them into groups with specified permissions. There are two overarching types in Active Directory. You have security groups. These groups are used to specify permissions for a large number of users. And you have distribution groups. These groups are used to specify email distribution lists. As an attacker, these groups are less beneficial to us, but yeah, still good in enumeration. Default security groups. So you have a whole list here. I'm not going to read them all. Um, but it might be important to like you could green shot it or whatever, right? Apparently I just just grabbed the whole thing. Um, oh yeah, flame shot. That's what we're. You could grab this and throw it in something and go from there. But all domain controllers in the domain. So yeah, these are some of the head honcho groups here. Which type of groups specify user permissions? Specify user permissions. So yeah. Oh, which type of groups? Security groups. I was like, wait, what the hell? Okay, sorry. Security groups. Which group contains all workstations and servers joined to the domain? Um, domain computers. This is, I mean, the big ones like I know what they do, but these are not things that I memorize. They're things that I have in a file to look at whenever I need to look at them. Which group can publish certificates to the directory? Um, publish certificates to the directory. That'd be cert publishers. And then which user can make changes to a local machine but not to a domain controller? That should be a domain or yeah, domain user, right? Or no. An admin user, admin. Local admin, Jesus. And which group has their passwords replicated to read-only domain controllers? So that's, I'm not even going to type it out. Denied RODC password replication group. What? Wait a minute. You got a space in there. That was it. No, it wasn't the space. Oh, I didn't read it right. Look, which group has their passwords replicated to read only? It's the allowed RODC password replication group. That's my bad. Okay, trust and policies. So they go hand in hand to help the domain and trees communicate with each other and maintain security. Here's a trust overview. So trusts are a mechanism in place for users in the network to gain access to other resources in the domain. So if a user is trusted, entrusted to like a subdomain, right? There's a trust here from an external domain. This would be like a second company. So if you have like TryHackMe, and then maybe you have like Hack the Box, right? So this could be Hack the Box. Maybe they're in like they're in cahoots, right? They got business together, and so they utilize the service together, or maybe it's a contractor, right? Well, this external domain, they have a trust with this subdomain. So we could say, okay, all of our collab work between TryHackMe and Hack the Box, it's going to go into tryhackthebox.tryhackme.com. Um, and we'll give you a trust and you have access to it. And then within the domain itself, right? Because you have TryHackMe on top here as the root domain, or and this one's west.tryhackme. That's the subdomain west there, right? And then east. They're gonna have trust between each other because it's literally a child of the domain. So, and I've seen all kinds of messed up uh, trust that clients have with external domain is crazy. If there's like a two-way trust, so this is a one-way trust here coming from external to the subdomain, West, try hack me. Two-way trusts are extremely dangerous. So if they had a two-way trust right here, um, try hack me is basically there's a two-way trust between the subdomain. So any kind of sensitive information or data or whatever, if someone could get access to it, can flow to west.tryhackme. And if there's a two-way here, can again flow to an external, like a different company. And I've seen it where it's like 20 two-way trust to different companies. And it's like, oh my God, if any of them get messed up, right? Like someone hacks into their stuff, you're putting your trust in them for all of your entire company. Because then with that two-way trust, they could pivot. It's bad, super bad. Trusts are really cool. I like seeing them in Bloodhound. They look really cool. There are two types of trusts that determine how the domains communicate. I'll outline below. So directional. The direction of the trust flows from a trusting domain to a trusted domain. In transitive, the trust relationship expands beyond just two domains to include other trusted domains. Type of trust put in place determine how the domains and trees in a forest are able to communicate and send data to and from each other when attacking, or just like normally communicating. I think attacking is the wrong word here, because when we steal data from these things, we're just it's really abuse. It's not an attack. It's not even a misconfiguration at that point. Yeah, and sometimes you can abuse these trusts in order to move laterally throughout the network. Right. Domain policies overview. So policies are a very big part. They dictate how the server operates and what rules it will and will not follow. You can think of domain policies like domain groups, except instead of permissions, they contain rules. And instead of only applying to a group of users, the policies apply to a domain as a whole. They simply act as a rulebook for Active Directory that a domain admin can modify and alter as they deem necessary to keep the network running smoothly and securely. Along with the very long list of default domain policies, domain admins can choose to add in their own policies not already on the domain controller, which happens all the time. Dangerous policies. It's not wrong to add in your own policies. You definitely have to. Like, you can't just fire up, Windows Server 2019 and run with the default policies, because that's already misconfigured probably. However, there's people are not always trained right. You know what I mean? And that's a big thing. We always see it, like whether it's in building software, we're not trained right to build secure software, and then it gets exploited. Well, same thing. If you wanted to disable Windows Defender across all machines on the domain, you could create a new group policy object to disable Windows Defender. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. So we know that domain admins are the only people that have admin access over the domain controller. So if any domain admin creates a policy that disables Windows Defender, and that's your antivirus that you're running, like that's the one you're going with, that you're relying on, your entire network, and all the machines connected to the network now do not have antivirus. Extremely dangerous, so dangerous. So if we are able to become domain admin, the entire network is compromised. Outline a few the policies that are default, or you can create in an Active Directory environment. God, I'm so sorry about my voice, guys. I don't know, I'm losing it. It's like my first coughing stream. Like I got a coughing stream. I'm gonna have to make a emote about it or something. I don't know. We'll see. No, I'm all right. Disable Windows Defender, right? So they're going to bring up a few, I'd say a couple of the many policies that are default, or you can create in an Active Directory environment. Disabling Windows Defender disables Windows Defender across all machines on the domain. So if we go back up and I mean everything, you know what I mean? I don't remember where it was. Oh, the physical Active Directory when we were looking at this, right? So your domain controllers, your storage servers, where your racks of computers of data, um, your domain user machines, which is all of your developers, which is Kelly at the front desk, which is your boss, everybody. Um, okay, so digitally signed communication always. You can disable that or enable SMB signing on the domain controller. So that's huge too. I mean, when we run like an nmap script, right? Um, I wonder if this one has it in it. This is a MS17 NSE script that we ran with nmap, but if you run nmap with scripts, it should tell you like signing is enabled or signing is message signing enabled but not required. That's dangerous too. Not as dangerous as it being disabled, but still dangerous. Where the okay. What type of trust flows from a trusting domain to a trusted domain? So that's directional. Is it gonna knock points for the lowercase? No. And then what type of trust expands to include other trusted domains? You guys know the song? Like early 2000s, kind of, maybe 2007, maybe. Okay, Active Directory, domain services, and authentication. The Active Directory domain services are the core functions of an Active Directory network. They allow for management of the domain, security certificates, LDAPs, and much more. Um, this is lightweight, light. Is it light or lightweight directory access? Hold on, wait, before I butcher it. Lightweight directory access protocol. I didn't want to say it and then be wrong, but it's just my fear. It's my insecurity. I don't do acronyms. So this is how the domain controller decides what it wants to do and what services it wants to provide for the domain. So services overview, um, domain services are services that the domain controller provides to the rest of the domain or tree. If we look at the trees, so like, for example, you have the domain on top here. Can I zoom in on this? A lot, like a lot, a lot, a lot. Yeah. So here you would have three trees, right? I'm pretty sure a hierarchy of domains. Maybe this is okay, yeah. So this would be a tree, right, where you have three domains, and then depending on how you organize your assets and your resources and stuff, you may need multiple trees, which becomes a forest. This now we're talking like really big companies probably at this point. Um, But so it's talking about how we provide, or the domain controller provides services within their tree. Um, and if we go look back down here, there's a wide range of services that can be added to a domain controller. However, in this room, we'll only be going over the default ones when you set up a Windows server. So if you don't know, the domain controller is Windows Server. Um, through the because I'm about to take the PNPT. I'm gonna take it this weekend. It's TCM Securities. So uh, during his course, and he's super cool. So the cyber mentor slash, aka Heath Adams. um, who CEO of TCM Security founded it, started it. He came out with his own. He said, you know what, OSCP is really expensive, and I don't think it's cool that we're not, we're teaching what buffer overflows. We don't use it. We haven't used those since, maybe 99. Um, and he said, yeah, so I'm going to make my own certification. And so that's the initial one, I think, is the PNPT. But during his course, and it's pretty cheap. I think it's like $300 for the entire course, which is 300 hours of content or something like that. Don't quote me exactly, but it's a lot of content. Um, and then he has you build an Active Directory environment with virtual machines on your system. Um, and it's pretty cool. So the domain controller is going to be a Windows server. So you could type in like Microsoft Windows Server 2019, and you could download a copy of it here, and then like your user machines, your domain machines would be like Windows 10, um, and yeah, so from there. Anyways, so we're looking at these services. We have LDAP, the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, which provides communication between applications and directory services. And then you have the certificate services, which allow the domain controller to create, validate, and revoke public key certificates. And then down here we have DNS, LLMNR, and NBTNS, which these are all kind of used, I was going to say laterally, but they're all used together collaboratively, to exploit a system. So, and these are domain name services for identifying IP host names, and they kind of work with each other. So we're probably going to go over it, but if I were to like open up my like a folder, any folder, and let's say we are on a network, right? We're on a network that's being run through Active Directory, and I wanted to navigate to I'm in a shared directory. I want to find my work file, and so I go to Cali, and I try to find work. Um, if whatever I'm searching for doesn't get returned, um, basically it sends a request to I think it sends a request to DNS to check if it's hey, I don't know where this is. I don't know where this resource is allocated. Can you send me the address for it? Um, And it says, sure, just tell me, uh, oh, no, it says no, I don't know where it's at, and then it sends it to LLMNR. I'm pretty sure. Here, let's do this. DNS LLMNR, which says, yeah, sure, just send me your certificate. It's a protocol based on, let's do poisoning. An attacker listens and waits to intercept a request from the target. If successful, so this is one of those things where you would set up uh, you'd set up a listener and let it run all day, while you're at work, and you hope that you get something in return. It takes user interaction. Um, it's sitting there listening for someone to request your service. So you're pretending to provide a service on the domain, and their machine reaches out to you and says, "Can you help me?" You say, "Sure. Just give me your username and password hash." Uh, and then they send it over. You can take that offline and crack it, and you just screw them. You just steal their username and password hash. So um, it's pretty great. It's pretty fun. That's using Impacket. That's a tool we are definitely going to bust out on this. So, anyways, moving on. Domain auth overview. The most important part of Active Directory. So, as well as the most vulnerable. Auth protocol set in place. There are two main types of auth in place for Active Directory: NTLM, which we kind of talked about NTLM hashes just a little bit ago in the beginning of this, and Kerberos. So Kerberos tickets, and the main exploit being uh, Kerberoasting. So since these will be covered in more depth in later rooms. Oh, okay, so it's going to be in like the next room, which I can't believe I don't have it open. Let's duplicate. Okay, we copied it over. So this is the series here. We did blue. We're about done with the basics now, and then we're going to do Attacktive Directory. And they're definitely going to go through it in Attacktive Directory. We're probably going to be doing Kerberoasting, hopefully like past the hash exploits. I haven't done this one yet, but it looks like I've done this intro. It says completed. Looks like maybe I started it and then completed. Oh, it's not actually completed. Correct answer means completed, not completed, guys. Uh, okay, so yeah, off. They'll be covered more in depth. Here's a Kerberos room for just Kerberos. So Kerberos is the default authentication service for the Active Directory, and it uses ticket granting tickets and service tickets through a ticket granting service to authenticate users and give users access to other resources across the domain. And then we have NTLM, which default Windows authentication protocol uses an encrypted challenge response protocol. Well, again, we're going to go through it. So the Active Directory domain services are the main access point for attackers and contain some of the most vulnerable protocols in Active Directory. This will not be the last time you see them mentioned in terms of AD security. What type of authentication uses tickets? Kerberos. Hold on, wait. Kerberos. What domain service can create, validate, and revoke public key certificates? So that would be the certificate services. Okay, let's knock out this Active Directory in the cloud, and then I'm gonna go pee, and then we're gonna do the lab to kind of tie it all together, finish this section off. I'm also gonna get water because I don't know why I'm losing my voice, dude. It's like not very cash money of me right now, so I'm sorry. Okay. So Active Directory in the cloud. Go get a lozenge or something. Recently, there has been a shift in Active Directory pushing the companies to cloud networks for, wait, what? Pushing the companies to cloud networks for their companies? Okay, so yeah, companies are going to the cloud, right? To host their AD. So the most notable AD cloud provider is Azure, Microsoft Azure. Obviously, you have Microsoft, uh, like you have their Active Directory. Why would you go throw it in Amazon's web services when you could put it right back into Microsoft's Azure because they know exactly how it should be. So Azure is huge too. I actually most of what I know is about AWS, just in general about cloud. Um, but I wish I'd learned cloud technologies and everything through Azure. So it's still something I need to expand my knowledge on, but Azure is huge. Default settings are much more secure than an on-premise physical Active Directory network. However, the cloud Active Directory may still have vulnerabilities. Right. Um, Azure AD overview. So Azure acts as a middleman between your physical AD and your user sign-on. This allows for more secure transaction between domains, making a lot of Active Directory attacks ineffective. And they give us a little picture here. So these are whatever resources you have on site. This looks like a server rack. You have probably storage servers or something. Although that's kind of a great thing the cloud can do for you. Maybe this is a user machine, right? So you're in the office, you're typing away. So then you're sending requests to the cloud. Oh no, you have users and computers here. What is this, on premise? Oh, on premise Azure. So you're sitting in your office down here. You're signing into the cloud, and the cloud is sending um, that authentication request over to wherever Microsoft is hosting those servers, and it's logging in there, and then it's sending it back to the cloud, and then the cloud is going to say, okay, you're good, and that user will now have access. But now it's more trust, right? There's more ways that you could be um, exploited or intercepted or whatever. So cloud security overview, the best way to show you how the cloud takes security precautions past what is already provided with a physical network is to show you a comparison with a cloud Active Directory environment. So they have Windows Server Active Directory, right? I mean, that's what we're looking at, right? That's Windows 2019 server or Windows Server 2019. You've got it running on a computer or multiple computers in a server room in the office. Here you have Azure Active Directory, which would be running on these computers over here uh, on Azure's property somewhere. And are these one to one? I don't know what this is supposed to mean. OpenID. I haven't done any Azure Active Directory pen testing, so I don't actually know. The best way is to show you. I wonder, these might be one to one. So, like, our LDAP service would be replaced with their REST APIs. And our Kerberos tickets would be replaced with their OpenID, and so on. That's a good little chart, though. I like this. I like how it's one to one like that. Um, says this is only an overview, just probably just to make you aware that it exists. I don't think we're going to be doing any cloud Active Directory in this course. I mean, it's almost, this is a pretty short lab. So, what's the Azure Active Directory equivalent of LDAP? Those were REST APIs. What is the Azure Active Directory equivalent of domains and forests? Those are called tenants in Azure. And what is the Windows Server Active Directory equivalent of guess? So, oh, okay, yeah. I thought they had it backwards, but yeah, it's trust. Um, I was trying to call out a typo, but I would have been wrong. So, good thing I didn't do it. Okay, cool. So we kind of went over everything, like lightly, barely. We didn't go over any real exploitation methods or paths, but we did kind of briefly touch on a few of the vulnerabilities. It's cloud for some reason. That's okay. It's good to know that it exists and that it's different. Um, but yeah. So then in this hands-on lab, let's take a brief look at it, and then I'm gonna pause to pee and get water, and then we're gonna knock it out. Um, Now that we've talked about Active Directory and understand the theory of it, my AC kicked on. I'm in Vegas, so it's like pretty hot, but let's take a hands-on look. I recommend having basic knowledge in PowerShell before trying this lab. We'll be taking a look at the internals of Active Directory by using PowerShell commands to view machines, computers, users, and groups. And they go ahead. They gave you a password, so we don't have to worry about an initial foothold. We're just going to log right in as administrator, and then we'll go from there. So I'm going to start this up. It's gonna take 60 seconds to turn on. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I feel like I'm missing something. Am I missing anything? Does it look like I'm missing something? Okay, so I don't know. This thing just booted up. Is this in our? How's this work? Hold on. Can we can't move this? Okay, the whole. All right. It's kind of weird. It's my first time in the browser. Yo, Red, how's it going, man? W red, W in chat for red, dude. How are you doing? You know, I fired up my what is it, Nightbot right before the stream, and his your name was on there. It was like 100 comments on the last stream or something. Red is the top number one. Dude, you're gonna be VIP before you know it. Okay, so our Windows server, what is this? Windows server connected to, oh no, what's it doing? Okay, I don't want to mess it up because I don't know how this works exactly in the browser with TryHackMe. Oh, I'm missing my headphones, guys. God, nobody told me. All right, that's okay. Oh shit, you're in a meet. Oh, a Zoom call or something. I was like in a meeting, I was like on your phone under the table. Um, yeah. So I haven't done this in the TryHackMe like browser yet, but if we take a look here, we just open a file folder. You can look at this PC. Let's get our properties. Please, please try hack me. Yeah, and it is 2019. So this is our domain controller. This is Windows Server 2019. Um, and I didn't even log in, right? It didn't give us a password. Or maybe we're not admin. Maybe that's the thing. This one, this first one though, is the hands-on lab. So we're just gonna walk through it, and then I'm sure the next one is gonna require a lot more out of us. We'll see. What's this one? Attacktive, right? Yeah, okay. So what'd you say? My boss, haha, working from home today. Nice, nice. W's. Working from home is sweet, sweet, sweet. So we deploy the machine. It says SSH or RDP in the machine, or use the browser-based instance. We already have the browser-based instance. If we wanted, we could grab the IP. If we wanted to open up like command prompt, uh, we could do PowerShell as well. I don't know if it's, isn't it ifconfig for PowerShell? Or is it, what is it? Is it something weird? ipconfig. And the Windows Server 2019 is running on, is that really small? Can you guys see that? I feel like it's tiny. Yeah, maybe I'll just do it in SSH. This room is good. Attacktive directory is also good. Yeah, we're doing this full path. This is this is our second? No, it's our, yeah. So we're doing this showing breaking Windows series, breaking Windows. I don't know why it's telling me it's showing it. And we're just finishing up that Active Directory. I like to highlight things, guys. So we can SSH into this. 1010, 223, 195. So I'm on my Kali box, right? And we'll go to something clean, some clean slate here. So yeah, we can just SSH into administrator at 1010, 223 dot, I don't know why I said it because I was going to forget anyways. 195. 195. And we're going to say yes. It's been permanently added to my list of known hosts, and we need their password, which is password 123 at. Um, but yeah, I'm really excited about finally just streaming like straight up no shit, just Active Directory. Let's go. So this is a really cool path, cool learning path. Okay, so we're in. Okay, controller administrator. So this is our domain. Looks like domain can. Oh, maybe that's our host name. Okay. Anyways, we're in. Let us. Yeah, controller.local is the name here. Uh, who am I? We're admin. So Power View setup. So go to the downloads folder, navigate. Okay, so they have it pre-installed on the machine for us. It's really nice of them. Otherwise, we'd have to use, um, I don't know, certutil or SSH maybe. FTP. You got to find a way to get your file there, um, and that's always a fun. It's always a fun little trick. So, what the hell did they tell us to do? Go to downloads. Okay. Working directory. No, dir. We're in users admin. So ls. We go to downloads. dir. I keep doing ls. So here's our Power View. They also have Mimikatz or Mimikatz, which is French for like cute cats, I think. That is, I don't remember the guy's name. If we do, I don't want to type it out in this and screw everything up, but there's a French guy that made this. It was kind of supposed to be like a little side project, and then it became one of the most popular Active Directory pen test tools out there. So, and Sharpound, right? So we talked about Sharpound, and this is this .ps1. This is a PowerScript file. So, and Sharpound is going to do a little bit of loading data for us, and then we don't have Bloodhound, but like I was talking about earlier, if we wanted to, we could then take the output from Sharpound and put it into Bloodhound, which organizes your data and draws links and tries to find you the quickest exploit path. It's really freaking cool. It's really cool. Active Directory is also good. wget should work in PowerShell too. Yeah, I mean I've seen Um, how many times have I seen Netcat on a Windows machine? More than none, more than 0 times. But yeah, so just enumeration there. So going back, so this PowerShell TAC EP bypass, right? So what's going on here? We are initializing. We're using PowerShell, right? So we're in a command terminal. We don't have PowerShell loaded right now. We're not utilizing PowerShell. So we want to use it, but we don't want to just start PowerShell and start running our stuff. Our stuff. Sorry, what I mean is start running like scripts like PowerView, right? Because Windows is going to pick that up and say, "Hey, this is dangerous. Let's not do that. This is dangerous. Let's delete it from our system." So we're gonna run PowerShell with this TAC here, EP, and bypass, right? So loads a PowerShell shell with execution policy bypassed, which checks, executables. Like, hey, that, executables is one of the most dangerous things besides like DLLs, probably on Windows. So, yeah, so let's do that. PowerShell, TAC, EP, bypass. We're trying to bypass and get around some of the really common and default antivirus stuff they got going on. So we're going to run this script now, import the PowerView module, right? So we're going to import it into PowerShell. So it's going to be dot, space, dot, didn't mean to hit enter, dot, space, dot, power view dot ps1. Okay, so that loaded in. They even show you how to do it. Lab overview. I will help you with a few commands. The rest is up to you. Use the following cheat sheet here, which we can right click. I'm going to open that in a new tab. I also have my own notes I might just throw on screen here that I use, but let's see. You should have enough knowledge of Active Directory now to investigate the machine's internals on your own. Example commands: get net computer, so getting data for every computer in the domain, and then full data is getting everything, which it's just gonna run down your terminal, and then so then they're piping it and they're selecting operating system. So they want to get a list of every operating system for each machine in the domain. Um, yeah, he gave you an example here. There's one machine in this domain. It's this one. Get net user, right? Same thing. And you could do like I don't have it memorized, but I have it written down. It's tack all or something like that to get all data from all users. So, but they did select CN, which gets a list of all. I don't know what the CN stands for. But yeah, it prints out just the names of every user on the system or in the domain. You can find a cheat sheet, Power View here by Harmjoy. This is a really good cheat sheet, actually. I don't know what this first one is. Oh, Harmjoy. He linked it twice. Or, yeah, he linked it twice. That's okay. So we don't forget. Okay, so now we're on our own. So deploy the machine, right? What's the name of the Windows 10 operating system? It's wait. What's the name of the Windows 10 operating? Okay, it's gonna be Windows 10. I can almost guess it. But let's go ahead and um, I'm gonna copy it out of here. Save us a second. Because that was a give me from him. Yeah, paste clipboard. So select, right? Select is that command um, that we're able to pull specific variables. So if you were to print out full data, and then like here, right? You see operating system, and then that's listed. If you see stuff down here you want listed, like, or the listed that you want, you just grab that variable on top, and you have it pipe it out that way. You want to select that specific variable, or multiple. I think it's comma, maybe comma separated, maybe semicolon separated. But we see, yeah, Windows 10 Enterprise Evaluation. So there's one domain. This is the domain controller. This is the Windows server, and then we have two machines running. We don't know exactly what they do, but probably user machines. So we have Windows 10 Enterprise Evaluation. I'm at a really weird angle for my keyboard. Sorry. Okay, cool. What is the second admin name? Okay, so they want us to get user, and then I'm going to use this Harmjoy because we already have it up, and it is a really good script. Um, or sorry, it's a really good resource. So get domain user. Let's see, all users with passwords change. Basically, we want to get all domain admins, right? Or did it say machine admins? What did he want? Second admin name. We'll start by printing out just the users. So administrator, I'm gonna guess that the second admin is named admin too. That's my guess. And this looks like a flag. That user, that's a funny user. So let's put admin 2 here. Which group has a capital V in the group name? So we can go to our little cheat sheet here. I don't see group. Oh yeah, get domain group. Member identity. A user is effectively a member of. I just want to get all groups. So we can control F and look for groups. 37 matches. Get domain group member, identity, domain admins. Return the local groups of a remote server. I think we could probably just specify the local group members of a remote server. what is it, get domain. I should just pull up my cheat sheet. This one's long as hell. Domain, GPO, user, local grouping. Enumerate what machines that a particular user or group identity has local admin rights to. Enumerate what machines. Okay, I'm just gonna Google it. Power view. Get groups. Get domain group. But I thought there was something we had to put at the end. Get domain group. Select. Okay, let's just try get domain group then. I really thought there was get domain. Yeah, we need oh, because I didn't spell group right. And another reason too, on top of that, it's here. Let's go to the top. Get domain group returns all groups or specific group objects in Active Directory. Let me put you on my. I'll just pull it out here. Where is my hit? So here's like some power view enumeration stuff. You can see, we kind of, this is how we load it in, right? Our PowerShell attack EP bypass. It's, you always do it the same way. In our downloads folder, so get net domain. God, my brain's not working. My brain's not working. Get net domain. And the question was, what group has a capital V in the group name? Okay, hold on. Oh, not net domain, net group, right? Net groups, net group, group name, admin. Yeah, just net group. Okay, I'll put you back. Okay, so yeah, get net group. Hyper-V administrators. When you're looking through here, you're gonna want to get access, um, you know, domain admins, right? You want to see when we're dealing with trying to compromise an account, you're going to be doing a lot of enumeration, looking at who is our best path to go through, right? Which is kind of what Bloodhound can do if you're able to do that. But if you are, you just look at your Bloodhound results and you say, okay, we have Tom over here. He's in Hyper-V admins, which has a, or domain admins, very popular, or administrators if you can. Um, so yeah, Hyper-V administrators is what they want here. Hyper-V administrator. I don't really like this song. It's okay. I've heard it too many times. And I gotta update this. Okay. When was the password last set for the SQL Service user? So let's do like get net user, and then we'll do select SQL service. Maybe no, get it's a password thing. Take you back to write ups. Do full data. There weren't that many users, right? Um, Get net user, is it tech? Yeah. No. Get net user. Okay, SQL service. And they wanted when was the password last changed, right? And then I mean, if you are still learning this, which I am, that's why I'm doing this. And I'm testing. I have the exam this weekend, which is going to be all Active Directory. Um, this is a great way to find out what variables you might want to look for or select, so that you're not getting, 1,000 results. And you could do that. Like you could put it into a file and say, okay, well, I want to use like the head command and grab the first 50 lines. Okay, maybe that'll give you a good general idea of here's what we can basically grep out of our data, and pull quickly. So they want SQL service. Last time the password was changed. Password last set 5/13/2020. And then it wants the time too. That's fine. I'm just gonna copy it. At 8:26 and 58 seconds PM. Let's see if they want PM. Yeah. Okay, cool. Correct answer. And there's so much. I felt like that was really short. We didn't really do much. Hopefully, Attacktive Directory is a little more thorough. You can start. We'll pull out some Impacket tools. Maybe we'll go over responder and things like that. Just kind of looking at this, there's a few more. Really, if you have Harmjoy, you have more information than you need to do a lot of Active Directory exploitation. But with PowerView, we're still on PowerView. Um, but yeah, like if you wanted to get net computer, right, and you list all the computers, um, full data operating system, this is the one we ran. If you wanted to get, what's the example I was looking for? Gets all account names, gets descriptions. Like, really, you want to see who all is a part of like a admin group, right? Um, so get net group name, admin. Um, and when you specify it with quotes, it's gonna give you every group that has the string admin inside of it somewhere. So, um, and then get net group member, group name after you figured it out with, this enumeration line, um, to find all the users. And then we're going to be looking at our information that we have on those users and basically like picking a way, who we want to try to exploit, or, who our high value targets are. So yeah, so let's do this conclusion. I can't imagine there's a lot in it. And we're going to go into Attacktive Directory. We have covered all the basics. W. W's in chat. We covered all the basics. We also got hands-on with Active Directory. W's in chat. To see the insides of a domain controller and how it functions, now that you know the basics, go and find the vulnerabilities inside of these networks and see what makes Active Directory such a big deal to the cybersec community. I understand. We are signing off on us understanding Active Directory. Okay, cool. So we can close this one out now. I'm going to terminate my machine. and close it out. What else do we have here that we don't need? I pulled this up to talk about Eternal Blue. This was to identify Eternal Blue. That should be fine. Okay, cool. Let's reload this page. Open it in a new tab. Cool. Cool. 99%. There it is. There's I was talking about it earlier. If anyone was here earlier, 99% of corporate networks run off Active Directory, but can you exploit a vulnerable domain controller? It's like intimidating question, right? Do you have what it takes in this medium box? We still have 0 points, so we'll see. Okay, so accessing, right. We have OpenVPN. I'm gonna clean this up because this is gone now. Let's go into, I'm gonna go into workspace 2. I'm not demonstrating that. Don't save. We're done with Metasploit for now. And here's the stream. Whoa, Inception. It's kind of meta. Okay. So I'm gonna actually go to tab 2 and open up a new command terminal. So yeah, we're connected through OpenVPN. So we don't have to worry about that. I can't imagine. Yeah. You can also deploy in your web browser. I think you might have to have VIP access to TryHackMe. Mine is, but this is a free box, right? So yeah, this is a free box. So they might require you to use an OpenVPN file to connect, but no big deal. So okay, let's start it up. This will take about a minute and a half. Yeah, it's gonna take a minute here, and then after it starts up, it's probably gonna take another 30 seconds. I'm gonna get a little coffee. Give me 1 sec. This is like, again, it'll take like 1 minute. It's cold brew, so hold on. Hey guys, what's up? I'm back. Um, if you've been in here for a minute, um, and if you've liked it so far, please follow. Um, we're trying to expand and kind of get noticed a little bit more because I've just been streaming and trying to teach as much as I can and learn obviously while I'm doing it. So, um, please consider following. It really helps out. So, okay, so accessing. Right, we did that. Cool. W. Setup. This is the one I clicked while we were looking at it earlier. So installing Impacket. I don't know exactly because I had it in a virtual environment. I don't know if it was even on this VM. Uh, so let's just follow their steps because I'm not sure if I have the correct version. There was a popular version that people like to use. Let's see which one he uses. He used Secure Auth Corp. I think I was using uh it's one of the older versions, and it worked really well. And that was the thing. And then a new version came out, and it was a lot of people were having issues with it. You know, it wasn't doing what they expected it to do, and so let's try to see. Bum. I don't know where I install Impacket in this little walkthrough. Right here. Okay, I was gonna give you the link, but I'll drop it in chat later. Because it wasn't this one that they're using, but we will test it out and see how it goes. So yeah, we'll just follow along. These steps are only required if you're setting up on your own VM. Oh, so we could use theirs. You may also need to use Python version greater than 3.7, which should not be a problem. 3.11 should be good to go. But this was released in, why is there no date? Make me look like a fool. The last box had a date right here under the title. So, but yeah, it was released then. So who knows if that'll work. You can do this by running your command, right. You need to clone the Impacket GitHub repo onto your box. We can put it in opt, that's fine. Um, yeah, that looks fine. Okay, so let's go look this up. I'm not just gonna, clone in a blind link like that. It's really bad practice. What is secure auth? Secure auth, corp. Secure auth corp. And then we'll do Impacket. Impacket is this collection of extremely valuable Active Directory pen testing tools. It's the bee's knees. It's you know uh, it's everything for Active Directory pen testing. So this looks good, and they want us to grab Impacket, so we can go over here on the right side and select a release. So there's 12 releases here. They want us to grab any of them. That's fine. Impacket.get. Okay, cool. So they don't want us to grab a release. They want us to git clone the entire repository. That's fine. Uh, did they clone it? Yeah, they did. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. This is Fortra though. Did they change their name? Secure Auth. I maybe just clicked on the wrong one. Secure Auth Corp. Internet Archive. Oh, Internet Archive. It's like the Wayback Machine, right? And to be completely honest with you, oh, I don't. I don't have Impact. Well, like Is it dot? I have responder. Hold on. I was gonna say I'm good to go, but maybe I did put it in opt. Yeah. Okay. Uh, no. Okay. Yeah. So we should be good to go. Um, you could maybe git clone this. I don't know where this goes. We can try to see if it'll resolve. Yeah, it resolves at Fortra. So we got redirected. That's okay. If you just follow the steps here, it'll probably work fine. If not, they're probably getting a bunch of issues and people complaining about it and saying, "Hey, change this." Uh, After it's closed, you'll notice several install related files, requirements.txt, setup.py. A commonly skipped file during the installation is setup.py. This actually installs Impacket onto your system so you can use it and not have to worry about any dependencies. So it's going to, uh, yeah, not worry about any dependencies. I don't know if that's the right word, but yeah, it sounds like it's going to put it in your path, is what it's going to do. So if you don't know, requirements.txt is something that pip uses. So you'd pip install requirements.txt. You have that here, and you use tackr. If you're not using tackr, it's not going to work. I've seen this a million times. Oh my god, I can't get it to load. I can't get it to load. I can't get it. Tackr, please. And if we're using Python 3, the latest related version is pip3. So pip3 install attackr. And if we cloned it to opt impacket, then it's going to be opt impacket requirements.txt. So once it's finished installing, we can then run the Python setup install script. So navigate to Impacket, and they're going to run Python 3 and then /setup.py install. So this install here is a positional argument for the setup file, um, and it's required. Please put if you're if you're following along, please make sure you add that. Should be installed correctly and ready to use. I think we're good to go. And yeah, if you're having issues, they have more troubleshooting. Installing Bloodhound and Neo4j. So just real quick, Neo4j is um, we're going to host Neo4j in our we're going to host it locally and open it up inside of our browser, and then from there we can utilize Bloodhound. So Bloodhound interacts with Neo4j. You need them both in order to use Bloodhound. So you can apt install. I don't know why they don't put sudo here. You're gonna have to sudo apt install Bloodhound and Neo4j. Um, if you're having issues, yeah, you should always run sudo apt upgrade, and you'll have to type sudo again, sudo apt or sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade, and then retry running this. Cool. So install Impacket, Bloodhound. We should be good to go. Triple check. Bloodhound. Okay. And then good to go. Okay, cool. Um, good stuff. Good stuff. Welcome to Attacktive Directory. Welcome, dear user. Thank you for doing my first room. I originally created this room for my final project in my cybersecurity degree program back in 2019. Since then, server, Windows Server. I've gone to make several other rooms, even a network for TryHackMe. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Thank you, Spooks. This is what, like, his Twitter? Yeah, Twitter. I don't have a Twitter, so it's really popular though in the InfoSec community. Basic enumeration starts out with an nmap scan, right, right, right. Relatively complex utility. It's telling us what nmap is. If you don't know, you're probably ahead of the game learning Active Directory stuff. So, okay, cool. So we'll check out the nmap room, flags for each user. Note the flag or the login format is spookysec.local/user at the Windows login prompt. So It's just saying like if I had a Windows terminal here, I wish I had one to show you like from the last room. Um, but when you go to log in like you just turn on your computer, you're logging in. Um, instead of typing my name's Jacob, instead of typing Jacob as a user, you're going to specify the domain. So this is the domain for this box, spookysec.local, and we're going to do this for backslash, um, and then whatever the username is here, and that'll log you into the domain versus then the local machine. So there's a you can do both, right? So there should be a different credential set for just logging into the machine versus logging in to the domain with the machine. What tool will allow us to enumerate port 139 and 445? Um, probably SMB. I don't know. It could be anything. What SMB client? Is that what it wants here? I'm guess. Okay, hold on. Let's just do. I'm gonna Google hack tricks 445, and then we'll just see which commands in here look like they're the same length. Because there's all kinds of enumeration to do on those ports. NBT scan. Uh, if you want to detect. Do we need all these? We don't need the GitHub one anymore. We're good on that. We're good on this one. Cool. NBT scan. Your answer is incorrect because I'm typing in the wrong spot. Your answer is incorrect. Uh, if you don't use hack tricks, now's the time to start. Enum for Linux. I wonder if that's what it wants. Enum for Linux. Yes. Okay, cool. What is the NetBIOS domain name of the machine? Okay, so now we actually have to run our nmap scan. Okay. So I'm going to clear this out. I'm actually going to let's just keep one terminal per terminal here. I won't split it because it'll be hard for you to see, but I'm going to go to documents, TryHackMe, and then this is like breaking windows. Okay, and then we can do make directory. We did blue. I'm just going to get this file out of the way that we ran earlier. So we can move this nmap file to the blue folder. Cool, cool, cool. So now we can make directory. We're going to call it Attacktive. We're going to enter it. And this is the nmap scan we're going to run here. It's something, oh no, it's not. That's Eternal Blue. I thought it was going to pull it up for me, but I had run something different since. This is the nmap script we're going to run. So we use sudo for increased SYN scanning speed. It's actually an enormous difference. If you're not running nmap with sudo, you're gonna be sitting there all day. I'm gonna do a stealth scan with this tac ss and then tac t5 to specify the thread count, which means this is actually max thread count, so max speed there. TAC SC for running short scripts. So we're using Nmap. Nmap has its own collection of scripts that identifies vulnerabilities and things. This kind of takes the command a while to run, but it gives us really useful information. So, but we're going to run this TAC SC for the short version of the scripts, and then we can go from there. TAC SV for service enumeration, and TAC P TAC to scan all 65,535 TCP ports. So we just got to change our IP address here to 222. I didn't even grab it yet. 10.10.138.216. 10, 10, 1, 38, 216. And we're going to pipe that into a T command that outputs the results to standard output, our terminal, and this nmap file. So put in our password here. That's going to take a minute to run. So I will split it right now for this purpose. We're going to do sudo nmap tac ss tac t5, and then we just specify the IP. So I still have it copied. Password. And this will return probably instantly, hopefully. I didn't ping the machine, but this scan didn't crash yet, so. Okay, cool. We have a lot, right? This looks good, actually. This looks really good. You see the LDAP, the lightweight directory access protocol, that we were talking about earlier. You could see port 53 open. You see a web server on port 80, Kerberos, MS, RPC, NetBIOS, LDAP again, Microsoft domain services, KPassword 5. All this here, if you're getting this back on your nmap script, you should immediately know that you're dealing with Windows machines. Maybe not exclusively, but you're dealing with, this is a Windows machine, and you're dealing with Active Directory, just based off these services. So let us, what was the question? What is the NetBIOS domain name of the machine? So it wants us to enumerate NetBIOS. NetBIOS stands for, I'm not going to do the whole thing. NetBIOS, Network Basic Input Output System, software protocol that allows applications, PCs, and desktops on a LAN to communicate with network hardware and transmit data, which is great until you can exploit them. So we're looking at port 139 here. This is universal NetBIOS. So let us use SMB. Let's see if we can get something back from this enum for Linux. Okay. See if this returns us. No, we'll probably, yeah. We don't have a username or a password to utilize these scripts, but we can use NSE scripts with nmap. We can take a look in there. We'll do that first. And then, what else do we have here? RPC client, RPC. Okay. I don't know how like out of order this is gonna go, like how much it expects us to do in between flags, but because there's a lot of flags, right? There's like 8 tasks, so. But we can do ls tac la, and then we're gonna perform that function on user share nmap scripts, just like this, and we're gonna pipe that into grep, and we're gonna grep for net. I'm gonna grep net. See if we can find a script that gives us the NetBIOS broadcast. NetBus, this is not what we want. Okay, no big deal. So maybe it has its own. I'm gonna type in Hacktricks, NetBIOS, and then yeah, this is a different link here that's more geared towards just NetBIOS enumeration. It surprises me almost every time just how big Hacktricks is. There's so much in here. I found some really obscure enumeration techniques in Hacktricks. It's such a great resource. So we can do NMB lookup. Yeah, this MBT scan is like if you want to scan. I'm pretty sure MBT scan is just looking for the service, but maybe not because you could just do that with nmap. So let's clear this. And our first nmap scan, you see that's still running. This is gonna take forever. It's crazy. It's crazy. So NBT scan or NMB lookup and TAC A and then the IP address. So NMB lookup TAC A and then we have 10.10.138.216. And we will give that a second while we do that. We can try running NBT scan, but honestly, if we could just get our nmap scan to finish, we wouldn't probably have to do any of this. It's probably going to give it to us. So we can run a third nmap scan and just scan that port. So something like sudo nmap, pretty much the same thing, except we're not going to do tac p tac. We're going to do tac t5, something like this, right? So we have 10, was it 216? Is that right? No, 138.216. 138.216. And then I'm going to take out this tack on the end here and we'll specify port 139. And then instead of tac SC for short nmap scripts, we're gonna give it a tac A to run all the scripts on that port or service that's identified. And this should be done. It should already almost be done. Just give us no reply, that's fine. Childlike in nature, rhythm, you have it or you don't. That's a fallacy, I'm in them. What invalid TLD do people commonly use for their Active Directory domain? What invalid TLD? Okay, so this came back. Microsoft Windows. Remember what the thought is. Okay, so that's not giving us what we want. NetBIOS domain name. So let's go back here and look. Yeah, it didn't give us. Couldn't find a NetBIOS name that works for the server. Sorry. Okay, that's okay. Cool. So enumerate NetBIOS domain name. So many things are really just as simple as Googling it. How to enumerate NetBIOS shares. Oh, it wants shares. It doesn't want shares. We don't want shares. NBT scan. Let's see what they get as their output here. Okay, yeah, so they got that. And they used NBT scan. We used NMB lookup. Let's do, because I guess we didn't end up running NBT scan. NBT scan, and then is it just the IP? Yeah, cool. 10, 138.216. Okay, cool. Great. 138.216. Should also be in your nmap scan under LDAP. Right, so we just got this back, thank God. And you're right, so we have the domain, but But it doesn't want the domain, it wants the name of the NetBIOS machine. Target name, that's RDP. Or Google equals best hacking tool. W Google. Um, so yeah, so is it this THM Active Directory? THM. Oh, this is Qbot. That's funny. Yeah, okay, cool. So, what invalid TLD do people commonly use for their Active Directory domain? Dot local, dot locale. So TLD top level domain. Um, so like in our example here, we have the spookysec.local, right? As their and .local as their top level domain, which I guess yeah wouldn't resolve normally. Um, a whole host of other services. Okay, wait. This is enumerating users via Kerberos. So a whole host of other services are running, including Kerberos. Kerberos is a key auth service with Active Directory, right? We talked about this. Um, it allows us to authenticate with service accounts, and we can abuse it to attain user credentials or service account credentials. So with this port, and I mean, there's a million other different ways to abuse it too, but um, with this port open, we can use a tool called Kerberoot to brute force discovery of users' passwords and even password spray. Now, I'm going to put it out there because let's see what he says. The latest version of Kerberoot does not contain the user enum flag. So I've used Kerberoot, and it's not if you're looking at this methodology from like pen testing a client point of view, you're probably not going to be curb rooting them. I mean, maybe, but you have to identify lockout measures um, and other things so that we're not, we're not. If you lock out like an admin account on the system, whoever's like monitoring that, it probably software is gonna alert and be like, "What the fuck?" You know what I mean? Like we got 300 attempts at this login, and it got locked down after like four. And it kept going. So if that's the case, so they're having an issue with this. Try an older version, right? And that seems to be what the thing is with Active Directory right now. Is like Impacket. It's like, no, don't just go download Impacket. Let's use this. I got this old version like out in the shed, like it's in this old Python environment. It works great every time, flawless, right? Same thing here with Kerbrew. It's really funny. I've heard the same thing from Mimikatz too. But enumeration for this box, a modified user list and password list will be used to cut down on time of enumeration of users and password hash cracking. Thank God. So they're giving us a user list and a pass list and saying, hey, what you're looking for is in here, so you don't have to spend all day trying to get just brute force. My Impacket is super old. I think I'm still on version 0.9. Works like a dream. I wonder what mine is. Can we do version like that? No. Oh, it's red. It's not. I gotta opt. Oh, is mine not set up? Oh, don't tell me, man. Don't tell me. We gotta set up Impacket still. Remember that first step we we talked through? Okay. Um, you know what? Fuck it. Let's try it. Let's see if this. I mean, we have it. I just don't know which version we have, so I don't want to do it all and then it's the wrong version. We can try. We got CD opt Impacket, right? So then we're gonna pip3 install the requirements.txt, which is right here in opt-in packet. So pip3 install, right? Pip3 install attack R. Don't forget to attack R requirements.txt, right? Just before I destroy this file, hold on. Yeah, okay, good to go. And I'm probably gonna have to run it with sudo. I don't know why I didn't think of that. It says it's already satisfied. Defaulting to user installation because normal site package is not writable. Okay. Uh, sudo. I didn't mistype my password. Uh, running pip as root can result in broken permissions. That's good. We like those. Those are great. Works like a dream, dude. I swear, it's everyone's like that. I mean, it's always, hey, I got this old ass version. I wanted to find because I put it in here somewhere. Like it's like a good exists on GitHub, barely, but like old version on some third parties account, and it's got like 1,000 forks in it or something. You know what I mean? Pimp my Cali. Oh, that's a good idea. Fuck, that's a good idea. Install Impacket with Pimp on my Cali. I don't remember if that. Do I gotta get clone Pimp my Cali? Yeah. Okay. Looks. I feel like I've already. It looks like I've already downloaded it though. Is it in opt? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm gonna CD to this pimp folder right here. Hey, Big Hunter. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. We're doing some. I don't know how long if you just joined or not, but we're doing some Windows attacking. We're doing this series here on TryHackMe. So we're into this Attacktive directory. I'll probably finish the series in this stream. It's probably paid. Does that mean you have to pay for that module instead of like I have a subscription to TryHackMe? That doesn't cut it. This is like this is like a follower, right? Tier 1 sub and then or yeah, tier 1 and then tier 2 sub. If you do them all, then you fight the tier 3. Yeah, anyways, thank you for the follow. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've known a little bit, here and there. I've done Active Directory pen testing on actual clients, but I'm taking the PNPT this weekend from, I thought I had their page open, TCM Security. So it's all Active Directory, so we're just going through it all. Again, I'll probably be doing this all day tomorrow too, maybe the next day, and then start my exam. So, um, yeah, and another big thing with Active Directory is it's so hard for people because they start out with Kali and they're in Linux and they're doing all the Linux machines on Hack the Box or whatever, and they don't get that experience with Windows command prompt like enumeration, right? The file system enumeration, um, and like learning PowerShell. Most people they just script kiddie, right? And I did it too at one point, but um, it, it's it's daunting and a lot of people try to avoid it as long as they can, so and that makes Active Directory way harder, because honestly pretty much everything you need to exploit it is in one folder. Um, yeah, I swear it's like it's the standard like pen tester route, but that's because Linux is easy to learn. It's like learning Python first versus learning like C or C sharp or something. Um, but anyways, anyhow, um, we have Pimp My Cali. We are in the pimp file. We're in the pimp folder. Uh, so let's go ahead and run this. Let's do dot slash, and it's probably gonna make me. I'm gonna try to run it with tac h. Script must be run with sudo or as root. Right. Let's do that then. I did some boxes last night with our two pen testers in work. I was super stoked. I work in finance and trying to convince them to give me a job. Oh shit. Yeah, that's right. You do work in finance. You told me that. You told me that last time. That's pretty cool though. I feel like that's a you guys weren't just like right across the hall. You guys are like you need to go hunt these guys down. That's really cool. Did they like how did you feel while you were hacking the box with them? So we're gonna pimp my Kali to install Impacket, fix Impacket, installs Impacket. So where's the example? We're just gonna run it with key 5. Press X to exit. Okay, cool. So sudo dot slash pimp and 5. Okay, yep, invalid. And I knew it would be. So we're just gonna run it with Impacket. Why give it a number then? First box struggled. Second I flew through. Finished before one of them. Nice, nice. Very nice. I uh I did something similar maybe 6 months ago with like a mid pen tester and a senior pen tester. And I was like, I'm trying to get a junior spot, you know what I mean? And yeah, one of them I blew out of the water, and then the other one I was like couldn't get a SQL injection to pop off or something. All done, happy hacking. Let's see. See if they're lying. Do we have to source this? Let's see, we got to look at the output here. Successfully installed Impacket 0.10.0, right? That's the preferred loved version of Impacket. Um, maybe you go with zero point 0.9. I don't know, man. Maybe you're a little different, maybe, but take the shoe cleaning duties in cyber department at this point. Yeah, right. Finance is so dead. Been doing it 10 years. Well, it's funny because I'm like just now finally needing a job, and fucking have you seen the tech like industry lately? Like tech organizations? Oh my God. And I don't know. It's rough, man. We had the greatest market for getting a job in tech, and right when I need a job, it fucking everything plummets. Everyone's getting laid off. So um, yeah. So what are we doing wrong here? App does not have a CLI interface. Sudo app. What? What? No, I think we just need to source this. Let's just close our terminal because we have all this in a file, so we don't need any of this. Okay, so I'm just gonna close it and reopen it and see if we can. No, we can't. Impact it. Impacket.py, not found. Can't see terminal. Oh shit, how long have you been on notes? Oh my God. What was the last thing I did in notes? I was looking for that Impacket. That's what it was. Thank you for the call out. Um, entry level cyber job needs 2+ years of experience. Yeah, they do. And you know who's taking them? The senior level that just got laid off. He's taking that. There's no junior positions open now. Um, if you use PimICali, you can just run the tool name. So SMB. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Too easy. Too freaking easy, because I always forget how that works. Um, Installing. We have Bloodhound, Neo4j. So here we are. We're right here. So yeah, so we're using Kerberoot. What command within Kerberoot will allow us to enumerate valid usernames for this box? Several users have informed me that the latest version of Kerberoot does not contain. Right, so we read this. They gave us a list for users. They gave us. Let's go ahead and download these. That's fine. We can open them raw. So Control A to select all the text on the page, and then Control C to copy. Let's go to our special little directory here. So documents, TryHackMe, documents, TryHackMe breaking windows, and then Attacktive. And we are going. I'll just gedit. What user.list? We can paste in here. Oh, oh. Control A. I pasted twice. Okay, save that. And then password.list. We need to grab the password and close this. Open a new tab. Control A. That looks like rock you. Yeah, rock you. How long is this? Control C. Oh, no, don't do that. Control A, Control C. And then we can close this file. And in that same terminal, gedit pass that list. That's fine. Honestly, the extension doesn't matter. Oh, it's not that many. Is that the end? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. This is Rockio. Or not quite, but this is like the first 70,000 results of Rockio. Okay, we'll save it, close it. Close this. What else can we close? Probably these. This is Pimp My Cali. We can close this one. Power View. Leave that open for now. What command within Kerberos is not recommended? Yeah, so this is what I was saying earlier, right? This is exactly what I said. They're like, hey, so we're gonna brute force our way in with Kerberos. We're gonna brute force Kerberos with Kerberos. You know, hey, by the way, that's a bad idea. Don't do it. Like, do not do this to clients because you don't know their lockout policy setup, which is something we can enumerate off the domain. But anyways, yeah, you're not gonna be brute forcing on live clients. But if it's something they're having you do in a CTF, it's good to know how to do. There's multiple tools. Uh, I've actually used quite a few of them, and they all try to do something where they have an option to, time out, and um, we were practicing it locally, and it was locking out our accounts. We're like, okay, there's every it's like five failed attempts within 10 minutes is a lockout. And we would give it like 12 minutes and it would run and I don't know, it would still screw up our whole thing. So we couldn't find a good tool. That's what I'm saying. So if anyone out there knows a great tool for performing brute force on Kerberos while adhering to a lockout policy or maybe even detecting, I'd love to hear it because I spent a few days looking for one. What command within Kerberoot will allow us to enumerate a valid usernames? I know it's the third time I've read that, but let's go ahead and Kerberoot. Kerberoot is a .py. Kerberoot.py. What am I doing wrong? I think CME does that. No, I tried crap Mac, crack map. Um, with it though, yeah, no big deal. Can we pip install? Is it not an Impacket? Red, you should know. Is it an Impacket? Oh, Kerbert isn't? Okay. No big deal. Yeah, I was gonna try to apt install it. They're saying the newest version sucks though. That's what his unable to locate. That's fine. We'll get clone it. So we just Googled it. It's Ropnop. This is I recognize this. This is um the one you want. So we're gonna hit code here, copy this, and then I'm gonna go to my opt. Let's do this somewhere else. Split vertically. So I'm gonna cd into opt, and then yeah, I just had to make sure I didn't already have it. So now we can git clone. Is that prefix? No, it's not preface. Okay, so git clone, and then that link we just copied out of GitHub. And we have Kerberos here, so let's cd into Kerberos. Do we have to make? Yeah, it's okay. We'll take the L on that one. Usage. Damn, we got usage before we get install. Installing is last. So this is for go get. Oh, we can precompile binaries from releases. That's what we should have done. So on the right side here, you can go to releases. If you're new to GitHub, this will elude you. It's not in a convenient place, but there's 4 different releases for this. So if you click on releases, then you'll kind of have a list to navigate through here. Because like they were saying on the page, if you're having issues, it's not enumerating users, please try an older version. So in GitHub, you can literally grab the first version right here. But I'm going to try version 1.0.3 because I'm feeling real ballsy. And I think we can get it done. I think we can do it, yes. Kerberos Linux AMD 64. Yeah. So yeah, okay. Okay, this looks good. All right, so I'm just gonna copy the link, and then I'm gonna back out here, and I'm gonna rm attack rf. So remove and then recursive and forcefully remove the Kerbert directory that we just downloaded. And we are going to you just wget, right? I just don't know where it's gonna go. Is it gonna go in its own folder? I'm scared. We just downloaded it anyways. But if you needed to do that, like on if you're on the Windows machine, or if you're on whatever, you're on something else, right? Um, this is a great way to do that. It's like for privilege escalation, right? You want to grab you want to grab lin peas or something. When I was brand new, I had a hard time with um, just trying to like kind of figure it out. Carlos Polyp, I don't know if that's pronounced correctly, but look, they have 104 releases for the peas. So you can literally grab it here. Let's say you're on uh, like a Linux machine, you grab the one with the architecture that you need, and then just um, you pull it down and it's ready to run, ready to go, versus all this extra work. If you have to make and build, there's probably a release already there. So we're just gonna copy from home, Cali, downloads. Ha-cha-cha-cha. I got some like CTF files in here. Kerberoot, we just passed it. Once we'll go back around. We're gonna copy that into the local directory that we're in right now, and yeah, that's fine. And then we're gonna make a directory called Kerberoot and move the Kerberoot file into the Kerberoot directory. Grimes. Grimes. Releases I only learned when I got my flipper. Dude, I got mine. My flipper. It's pretty cool, man. I've been messing around with a few things, but they're pretty sweet, pretty sweet. I got another pen test tool too. I don't remember. Can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. I'll have to get back to you on that. Have I considered streaming a KOTH event? Um, uh, um, hold on. Oh, King of the Hill. Um, sorry, I didn't recognize the. Um, no, I didn't, but that's a pretty good idea. Um, Money Wish players. How does that work? How would that work? Is like it's like I don't know. You're gonna have to break it down for me. I know how King of the Hell works and what like Black Ops. You know what I mean? Yo, Ali,
Hello, motherfucker.
how you doing, man? How are you? How's it going? But I'm definitely open to it. I think that'd be it sounds cool. Um, so yeah, we got Kerbert working. Yeah, or we got the binary here. So let's go ahead and ls tech LA. And it doesn't have any executable permissions, so we're gonna chmod plus x Kerberoot and then ls tech LA. And now you see it shines blue for you. We can go ahead and run it /ker. Um, and then it's gonna give us the help page. It's like a CTF, but you play with other people, and your task is to get in and then prevent others to get in as well. You can have it public or private. That's kind of what I figured. Like you start out red team, like everyone's red team, and then the first one in turns blue team, right? Is that how it goes? You can have it public or private. Yeah, kind of like that. I'll have to go extra hard on red team and then take a nap on blue team because my my blue team skills are weak. My defense skills are weak. Um, I haven't done anything like that, but I've done just standard red blue. And I have been on blue team before in a CTF like that. But you were assigned roles. It wasn't, first one in. So, and I was protecting like SQL. The We had a like outward facing SQL services and best blue team technique, turn the machine. It disappeared. It's invisible. Just waking up. Heyo. Time to start my day. Gonna start my day. Um, I need to use this chat, not that chat, because that one's tiny. It wouldn't let me like do anything. Here's my pog. I haven't like this is like a test run of emotes right now, but there's my poggers. Um, okay, guys, we're gonna run this with we are trying to do user enum, right? So enumerate valid domain usernames via Kerberos, and we're gonna brute force the hell out of them. So it looks like we just specify user enum here, and then we're gonna have to pass it our lists. Um, they're locked. Yeah, I know you have to subscribe to use them. They're so poggers. You can't just let any old Joe Schmo have them. Um, any old Alex Spencer, you are a sub. I don't think it's what I think we're talking about some different stuff here. Um, so we want to pass it our user list, right? So safe mode, threads, log file to the location. Where the hell do we pass this thing a list? Do I have to output it verbosely? Threads, safe, output string. Am I crazy? Here. And then we're gonna do tac help. Help. Let's try tac help V. Yeah, okay, it didn't give us anything. That's fine. We'll just try to run it how it is. Um, user enum, and then we're going to see if we can get like a hack tricks or something real quick. So first, they want to know what command within Kerberoot will allow us to enumerate valid usernames, and that's user enum. And next, what notable account is discovered? To be determined. To be determined. Asshat, why do your poggers look like you're getting ready to suck the big Dude, it's poggers means excited, so I was just making an excited face, okay? User enum, and we're gonna have to specify the location of the domain controller to target. If blank, we'll look up via DNS. The domain, which we have, it's spookysec domain spookysec dot local threads. We probably want to give it threads. I mean, yeah, let's see if that, but we want to give it that file. Let's go ahead and run it and see what happens. Yeah. Damn it. I can't do it. I just can't bring myself to do it. Kerberos, cheat sheet. What? Again, if you've just joined recently, um, brute forcing Kerberos is not recommended on a client. Please don't just go brute forcing your clients' Kerberos accounts on your first junior pen test roll. This is bad biscuits, bad juju. Did this not load? What's going on? Okay. Kerberos. Okay, but so it's just hack users, and it's so annoying. Why wouldn't they give us that? Like, I gotta read the manual to find the. Like, this is essential information. Should be right here. Brute force a single user's password from a word list or brute force. Okay, so this looks like it's set up differently, right? Brute force. I've done this, and the Go version has different parameter or arguments. You have to pass it different arguments than the Python version, than the precompiled binary. They all have different, they accept different arguments, and it's really annoying. But let's try this. We'll try users. Um, I mean, this is just brute forcing. He didn't even do user enum. Okay, so let's run it like this. User enum, positional argument. It's gonna go right here. Okay, accepts one argument. Received 0. Okay. Flags. So the word list. So we called that user. I'm gonna put a space here and then try to tab it out. It's not in this directory. So it's in home tally documents. Uh TryHackMe, uh breaking windows, and then Attacktive, and then user.list. Okay, looks good. Let's send it off to war. Couldn't find any KDCs for realm spookysec.local. Please specify a domain controller. So DC, we'll look up via DNS, right? So tac DC, and then we need the name of the machine, which was like tryhackme dot something something. We wrote it down for a flag, I think. Maybe. Yeah. NetBIOS domain name of the machine. Let's just double check our nmap file, see if it should be in there. Um, so we'll just cat it out. It's normally like DC01 or something, domain controller 1, domain controller 0. Um, okay, let's send it off to war. And while that runs, I'm gonna go pee, so I'll be right back. Hey, I am back. Except for my camera. Okay. So yeah, remember how I said we should have ran it with threads? That's that was true. I wasn't lying. We should have. So we can do tac T. I don't know what a good number is. Let's do like 50 threads. Let's see what that looks like. See what that looks like. Oh, well, sorry I missed you, Alex, but it's good to see you. Also, guys, if you're enjoying this, please consider following the channel so that I can keep doing this. I stream just about every other day, and the streams are normally pretty long. So, um, yeah, it's pretty fun. It's a lot of learning on my part too, and the things I do know a lot about, I try to teach. So, um, let's do a quick look at Kerberos. God, see if we can get an idea of maybe Kerberos. Pull up a cheat sheet again because that one wasn't good. That was just for Kerberos. Kerberos, using Kerberos because we want to get as many threads as we can without it like being a problem. Oh, done, tested, done and tested, and no output, which means if you don't specify output, then you don't get anything. Or none of the users exist, but that can't be. Yeah, write to file or file to write logs to. Optional. Okay, so maybe we have something else wrong here. It says optional. I mean, we did Kerberos, user enum, and then here's our user list. Domain, spookysec.local, DC, TryHackMe AD, and we did 50 threads. So, oh, you couldn't see the end of that, sorry. Um, so I think I can actually collapse this one so you can see that better. We did 50 threads there. Ha-cha-cha. Let's go ahead and just run it with an output and while we look. So taco, and then we can just call this like found users dot log, and we can. I'm gonna take a look at this one more time. Verbose threads safe output. Okay, we're missing something. Username enum using Kerberos tool. Here's a little guide. I hope they have the binary. Ah, they do. Good. Cool. Yeah, add they make it executable. Okay, so maybe we're just missing, or missing dot local on the on the domain controller. Let's see how that comes back. It's a lot quicker with 50 threads, right? Red, if you're still there, do you know Cyber Mentor? Hopefully. You guys have like, I just realized you guys have like the same success story. Like what, finance turned pen tester. So what I'm getting at is before you know it, you're gonna own a multi-million-dollar pen testing company and show off your Lambos on LinkedIn all the time. Just not pen tester yet. But okay, but so you don't have the same success story, but you have the same potential to have the same success story. And this didn't give us anything either. What the domain DC? And this is where it kind of gets weird because we're running it like we're doing the try hack me thing. Um, like this is normally DC01. Okay, let's take another look at this one. We might just end up running in the .py because that's the one I have used before. And it could be a positional thing. I've seen a lot of programmers build scripts like this, just like quick scripts. Okay, it's done, and they don't realize that the arguments are more positional than they know or than their users know. So user enum, right? But then we have our user list. I guess we should try to put our user list at the end here instead. That could be a factor. He also just kind of ran it .kerbero, right? But didn't he download the binary? Okay, and he also said make sure they're in the same place. We're just gonna copy it over. Let's do sudo copy. So sudo copy home Cali documents, try hack me, uh, breaking windows, Attacktive user. Okay, and then we're gonna copy it to the local directory. Password, no problem. Oh, I guess that was a problem. Oh, it's because caps lock is on. Okay. Should be spookysec.local. Isn't that what I have? Oh, DC should be spookysec.local domain. Oh, sheesh. Sheet. I got those turned around, huh? Good eye. PHMAD. Um, all our results didn't return it with .local, but that may be an additive. Not both the same. Okay, just about to check out. Did you see the web pen test course was $1 on his website? No, I didn't see that. That's pretty sweet. I'm in the Discord though, so they do be posting like a lot of discounts and stuff. Like they post discounts in there all the time. Hey, donate what you pay what you want. They do pay what you want a lot. It's pretty cool. um, but yeah, they're super. They're all about learning. Like if you look at them and you look at all the other industries. No, I didn't do it either, man. Hold on. I'm gonna move that ls. Yeah, so let's use the local file, and honestly let's throw it at the end here somewhere. um yeah, we'll just put it here. So like user dot list user dot list, and we're gonna go remove this long ass thing because we just copied it into this directory. User enum. Yeah, I don't know. I really do respect and appreciate TCM for that though, because they're just trying to make learning affordable while running a business, um, by creating their own certification in the industry. You know what I mean? Like still kind of the new kid on the block, but at least that's what these recruiters keep telling me. But I think it's something really cool. Ridiculous. Why? Why do you have to rename it? How does that make sense? Oh my God. The thumb's heavy on that caps lock, huh? I don't know how that could make a difference. You know what? You know what's funny? So these were swapped. Hold on, wait. I think these were right. SpookySec.local, because that's our domain, and then was it TACD for TACDC? TACDC. Uh, TACDC. Uh, this is a domain controller. This is our Windows server. No, why? Why? Copy. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Um, W's in chat for my brain started to get oxygen again. Okay, so the question was, I'm using Kerberos, right? Is this, were we in the last one? Yeah, enumerating users with Kerberos. Uh, what notable account is discovered? This should jump out at you. Administrator jumps out at me. Also, backup is another account that, and service admin and administrator again, but with a capital A. Um, those are all accounts that you would want to be Those are very valuable. Backups very valuable. Admin and obviously service admin. So this looks like administrator. Maybe. Actually, administrator looks a little long to be. So maybe service admin. Okay. What is the other notable account discovered? Backup. Okay. So now we're going to brute force, right? After the enumeration of user accounts is finished, we can attempt to abuse a feature with Kerberos with an attack method called, as rep roasting. Okay, so as rep roasting occurs when a user account has the privilege does not require pre-authentication. So when this is set, then we are able to abras as rep roast. Tongue twister, guys. Calm down. This means that the account does not need to provide valid identification before requesting a Kerberos ticket on the specified user account. Impacket has a tool called getnpusers.py that will allow us to query accounts from the key distribution center, the KDC. That's Nightbot. Okay. The only thing that's necessary to query accounts is a valid set of usernames, which we enumerated previously via Kerberos. Remember, Impacket breaks after whatever 0.10, and you also need your Python version to line up, and you should probably just create a virtual environment with old versions of everything in it. Um, okay, cool. So we're going to use get npusers.py. Again, yes, thank you, Nightbot, Nightbot. If you guys are enjoying this, please consider following the channel so that I can continue to provide content like this more often. So we are good to just run this. It's kind of weird the way it installs, but if it's your first time running like Impacket tools, once you have Impacket installed correctly, I think with like Pimp My Cali it would do it, or if you sudo apt install Impacket, you can just run py files out of wherever. You know what I mean? This Python file doesn't exist in this directory, but um, it's just a collection of Python files. So we're gonna do get npusers.py. Let's do like tach. Okay, so we're gonna look here. So there's an output file. It should take an input file, the user's file here, which we still have to make. It should be pretty quick. Format, we don't need that. And then if I pull up my little cheat sheet, it says as rep roasting. See if I have one named as rep roasting. I need to get more familiar with my notes too, so that I can just kind of like on the exam, just like boom, boom, boom. Uh, Poisoning. I just feel like I tossed it like maybe the end of something here. Maybe we can search, right? I can search for get NP users. Where do I search? Where do I search? Filters, we don't need filters. Linux commit, Linux is, oh, how old is this file? Okay, maybe I don't have what I thought I did. Okay, anyways, sorry. Okay, hey, Drago, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, www.
Hello, motherfucker.
How's it going? How is it going, guys? We are doing Windows Active Directory enumeration, and thank you for the follow. Uh, Exploitation through the TryHackMe series. So over here, we are working on Attacktive Directory. We just completed the first two a little bit ago. So here we've enumerated users using Kerberos. How's it going, Drago? How's your day going? What were you streaming prior to this? Um, so we enumerated the users, and then so now we need to add them to a file. I don't know the best way to do this is. I guess we could probably. I'm just gonna take the whole thing. Let's copy this. Grab a file. Valid username. I think we need to leave. We probably need to leave the. Oh, this is what John Hammond, he said this is why I need Sublime editor, right? Red, were you the one telling me about Sublime? Who was telling me about Sublime? I'm learning Python and having fun. Explain it in your stream. Oh, nice. Yeah, Python is this your first like programming language that you're learning? Is Python? Okay, this is really awful. But it's too late to go back because I still have to sudo apt install Sublime. And basically with Sublime, you can grab you can it's not just you know how when I go to grab this I have to do it line by line, but you can like split a file, you can split your cursor. It's really cool. I haven't done it yet because I normally don't have problems like this, but you showed up at the wrong time. Should have been here. I have learned before C sharp. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, my bachelor's is in software, so um, yeah, I will send you a follow later, and I'll pop in every once in a while and see if there's not anything I can do to help. File save. So we want to save this as like users, something locally. I think we're working out of where are we working out of? Opt Kerberos. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. We can make that happen. So Cali, we're gonna back out here. We're gonna go to opt Kerberos. And we can name this um yeah, I'm gonna do found.log. Let's replace this found users. Found users.log. I like it. And save. Replace. We can close it out. Okay, so now we're going to be using this get np users .py, which is an Impacket tool. If you don't know what Impacket is, it's a collection of Python tools that are used to enumerate and exploit Active Directory services. Hey, how's it going?
Hello,
How are
motherfucker.
you doing? And Quatel? I could be dumb. I could just be. Is it two words? Is it 1990? How is it going? And you can run this after you have Impacket installed. You can run these um, kind of as is, even though we don't have the Py file locally. It is in our path, and it's able to be run out of any directory just like this. So we're going to run get np users.py, and we want to specify our users file that we just made. So users file, and we called it found users.log. And then we don't have any hashes. Um, we have a hmm that that might be good. Tac K for Kerberos grabs credentials from. based on target parameters if valid credentials cannot be found. Um, oh, buongiorno, good morning. We are a group of Italian. Hey, well, good morning to you too. What time is it where you are? Or I guess I should ask you, if it's morning, you're probably in the States, right? Um, so yeah, we wanna run this get NP users. Cha cha cha. We don't have a pass, so I think we need to specify that. So let's do the no pass. No pass. And sorry, I'm looking at my notes. I don't want to keep switching you guys back and forth. Yeah, okay, cool. So then we can do, I think that's it. So then we want the domain controller IP, and then we specify the IP address. Um, this is the domain controller IP address. So 10.10.138, 10.10.138, dot 216. Let's go ahead and error the following arguments are required. Target, 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 target. Okay, so we forgot spooky sec dot local, which is our domain. So this is our domain controller's IP address, and then this is the domain. Domain should be specified. Okay, okay. Oh, it's positional. Yeah, it goes at the end. Look, it's right here. I wonder if it needs sudo, because I'm in opt. Spookysec.local, users file, no pass. Uh, can be found. Okay. So it has a slash here. Do we have to specify this? Because it's domain slash username, but we're providing a list of usernames. So maybe we just leave it like this. And we specified no password. So, and we want to get rid of sudo. Ah, okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's 1:40. Las Vegas, it's almost 5 a.m. So it's 4:42. Damn, 1:30. That's not too far off. Where are you? Where are you, Drago? And then we'll go through what just happened here. We have some I'm gonna collapse this terminal so you guys can see our output a little better, and maybe I could zoom in. Is it kind of small? Is this text really small for you guys? Live in Germany? Oh man, you're living the life. You're living the life. I've been to the UK, but I haven't been able to go anywhere else in Europe yet. So, but I would love to go to Germany or Italy. It's a little tiny. Okay. Uh, 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 Linux terminal Zoom. Oh, you need the shift. Okay. Okay. So Yeah, we finally figured out what was wrong here. This is just kind of my bad. I probably could have Googled a cheat sheet and made it a little quicker. Yeah, I know control, it's normally control Z plus or minus, but I guess Linux terminal is control shift plus plus. But yeah, so we have this Impacket tool here, get NP users, and we had a valid list of users. So we input that here. We specified no password. We gave them the IP address of the domain controller, and then um, gave them the domain with this forward slash here. This was this was causing us to not get anything back. Um, and you see James at spookysec.local doesn't have UF. Oh, he doesn't have it. But service admin at spookysec.local um, is vulnerable. And we'll look at that here. So that we talked about this, right? For as rep roasting, it occurs when a user account has the privilege does not require pre-auth set, which means that they don't have to provide identification. And we were able to request a Kerberos ticket, which is an encrypted version of our NTL. I think it's our NTLM hash, right? So now we can take this offline and crack it. We're going to continue to follow along, but let's copy this and we're going to put it into a new file. So I'm going to gedit. Let's call it service admin, and I'm going to paste it right here. Let's save that. And yeah, so let's take a look here. We have 2 user accounts that we could potentially get a query a ticket from. Which user account can you query a ticket from with no password? This was service admin, right? Looking at the Hashcat examples wiki page, what type of Kerberos hash did we retrieve from the KDC, the Key Distribution Center? Specify the full name. So if we look at it, right, if we look at our hash, it's you have this kind of prefix here, this dollar sign curb 5 as rep, dollar sign 23 dollar sign. Okay, so we can do hashcat. I don't want to go to the wiki. We can do hashcat tac tac help, and then we can grep. I'm gonna grep tac I. So when you specify tac I, it's not case sensitive. Um, really important for grep that you know that. And then we're just gonna say curb. Okay, that didn't give us what we wanted. Uh, what's the hashcat Kerberos? It's the whole thing. Okay, my bad. So we can look here. We have Kerberos 5, and then yeah, from there we're gonna have to pick a hashcat mode, one of these modes. So TGS rep, TGS rep, as rep. It's the only as rep here. So I'm gonna go ahead and say we got lucky and we don't have to go look at the wiki. And it's mode 18200. So what that looks like, we're gonna say hashcat. We're gonna do attack A0. So this is attack mode or attack type. This means we're not going to we're gonna brute force with a word list, right? Versus brute forcing, like actually brute forcing individual characters. And then tac M for the hash type. So that's 18200. And then we're going to specify, I think it's our hash next. And then the word list after. So we named that service admin. And then we're going to use Rockio. So I think Rockio comes zipped. So you'd have to unzip it in user share word lists. And you can see here text.gzip. So if you haven't already unzipped it, you'll have to do that. Rocky.txt and let that run. That should be it. And it should crack our hash here in no time. Actually, just for the practice, it's really good practice to do TAC O. This is a capital O, which what's the word for it? It avoids doing what is it? What is it? Hashcat. Let's just open a terminal. Hashcat help. Uh, yeah. So the TAC O. I can't remember the word for it. I feel like I have to tell people all the time, like when I'm teaching, not necessarily on Twitch. Um, Optimized. It optimizes the process, so it saves you a lot of time. It's good practice to run it with TAC O. Thank you, MT Gaming 93. Thank you for the follow. How's it going? How are you doing today? Also, Drago, I'm curious, what were you building in Python over on your stream? Sorry, you guys kind of came in, or I was right in the middle of the thing, but I was curious what you were streaming earlier, and if you'll be posting a VOD. Yes, let me know. So it's cracked, right? Session hashcat status cracked. And you can see it right here. Here's our hash, and the password is management 2005. Solving exercise for beginners. And from the website Exercisem. I haven't heard of that one. But years ago, before I even went to university, I was where did I start? Code Academy, which it used to be. They used to have a completely free Python course. Now it's like half of it's free. Code Academy. I was gonna send you a link. Code Academy. Yeah. And then there's also what's the other really good one? Interviewers use it a lot. HackerRank, or no, not HackerRank. That's for hacking. Coding challenges. What's it called, guys? It's really popular. Coding challenges. Mm, Maybe it is HackerRank. 30 Days of Code. I don't know. I'll keep you posted if I remember. It still doesn't sound quite right. But yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. I'll have to check it out. Um, yeah, sorry, it's links are dangerous. Exercise them. I can see it though. It's exercisem.org. Just like put a space in there next time or something. Okay, so we have the password, right? It's probably gonna ask us for that. Looking at the wiki page, what type of Kerberos hash did we retrieve from the KDC? So that's what we grabbed out of our hashcat help output. So it was Asbra, this one. I think this is what they want to see. Let's try it. I'm just a crosshair. Looks similar. Yeah. Okay, cool. What mode is the hash? 18200. And now crack the hash with the modified password list provided. What is the user's account's password? And it was management 2005, right? Cool. Okay. Tiger Institute has all courses free at the moment, including Python for Defenders Part 1 and Part 2.
Hello, motherfucker.
That is awesome. That is Pog. thank you for the shout out for that one. Drago, you'll have to check it out. You'll have to grab that one up. Okay. The next portion of this, so we abused Kerberos, right? We were just to quickly sum it up, um, we enumerated the users on in the it, assigned to the domain. We were able to identify which ones were kind of prime targets, right? Backup, administrator, service
Oh,
admin,
snap.
um, and then hey, oh snap! I forgot I put that there. Um, but yeah, so we identified which targets were of high value, and then um, we were able to kind of walk you through here again. We were able to perform as rep roasting, which whenever this is not set, this pre-auth, we're able to grab their hash, right? Their NTLM hash, and then crack it offline. So we did that, and with that, it's the Kerberos ticket, and it's if you grep curb or something, you know, Kerberos or something along those lines. Again, I did TAC-I. If you run this, look at this, because this trips people up, and I've had to, I've had people like angry, like, why won't this work? I don't understand grep. And like if we run this is the exact same thing without TAC-I. I mean, you're not going to get anything. It's going to say there's nothing called curb. That's spelled wrong, but there's nothing called curb. Um, so the more you know. So we cracked that. His password is management 2005. That's a service admin account. That's not good, right? That is not good. Um, so what utility? Okay, so we're moving on. Back to the basics, enumeration. With the user's account credentials, we now have significantly more access within the domain. We can now attempt to enumerate any shares that the domain controller may be giving out. What utility can we use to map remote SMB shares? So SMB enum, SMB, is that right? I've been up for a little while at this point, guys. Is it SMB enum? No. Let's go hack tricks. What utility can we use to map remote SMB shares? Hack tricks, SMB, it's like 3/4 the way down on this article. SMB client, Jesus, I couldn't think of it. SMB client. Which option will list the shares? So that's TAC capital L. That's to list the shares. How many remote shares is the server listing? So that takes us back to the top. SMB client, we have a pass. We didn't try to enumerate without a pass, but this is also we would have to put TAC-L in here, but that's probably what we would normally do first, right? So let's try that and see if we get anything back. I think it's still further down. It's like the full command that you would just copy and paste, but I don't know, I was trying to help you guys out. Okay, it's just TAC-L. It's I don't even see it on here. Weak, weak. Aha, here it is. SMB client, no pass, TAC-L, and then 2 // in your IP. You can use the same command without TAC-L to try to connect to a share. You just remove this TAC-L, and then you would add another 2 / after the IP address, and then the name of the share after you've enumerated it. So let's go ahead and do that. SMB client. Something like this. See how I connected with this old code? I connected to anonymous here. So attack no pass, attack L //1010. I don't remember it. Oh god, this is all hash cat. Okay. 138.216. 138.216. And yeah, that should be good to go. Whenever you're doing this, and especially if you're using SMB client to connect to shares, like connect, not just list them, um, sometimes there's a case where you have to double up on these forward slashes. So if you're connecting like this, um, and let's say you're connecting to uh, what is it? IP is it IPC? If you're connecting to the IPC share, um, and this doesn't go through, you should try a little enumeration messing with these forward slashes. I've had that work and the other one not, and it's unbelievably annoying. Um, anyways, that failed. Unable to connect with SMB1. No work group available. So that's not even like the error I was expecting because we can, I'm pretty sure, change the SMB version in the command. Ha ta 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 ta. Oh, okay. It didn't like that. Unknown option tac age. Okay. Okay, still didn't like it. That's fine. But this was kind of just like showing you the initial command you would run early on in enumeration. We have a username and a password. Um, so we're going to try to do that to list the shares. So SMB client, int password hash. This looks good. I think this will do it. If you omit the password, it will be prompted. With this, the password provided is the hash. So I'm gonna copy this one. Stuff 4. Still want more. 1010. 138, 216. And then we're going to omit this because we know the password. So we don't have to pass it a hash. I think this is still fine like that, except for this password here is a parameter, which you can tell that because of this percent sign here, and I don't know if the brackets are part of that. I don't know how it works itself out in the code, but the username is service admin. Right, looks good. NT status logon failure. Service admin. Hmm. So if you omit the password, it will be prompted. So maybe we don't, it's not a session setup failed. So logon failure. That's what we expected. Let me get a drink. So then maybe this isn't a variable. Just kind of thinking on the fly. Management 2005 here. I don't know why they would have a percent there though. Yeah, see, look. Wait a minute. Wait. Service admin. Okay, that is the password. Okay, let's take another look at that because that's formatted wrong. That's poor. That was a poor job. Connect list. Do we still need that percent? Remove password from CLI, input it once prompted. Oh, so just leave a blank. Failure. Okay. This is the same command, yeah. Yeah, I know everyone likes to. So maybe you leave the percent. Let's you know what? Let's just run. I feel like hack tricks is great, but maybe sometimes it's doing too much. You know what I mean? Sometimes they're just doing too much. There's nothing you can do about that. Um, yeah, attack you. Yeah, okay. SMB client, because it's the bracket format. Okay, so SMB client, attack you, service admin, and then our IP. Yeah, attack L 138.216 management 2005. Okay, so we listed. Thanks, Red. W Red in the chat. Trying to do too much over here. So we have listed the SMB shares on the file system. So we see we have admin here. Interesting. Remote admin. Um, we see we have backup here. Also interesting. C default share. Remote IPC. Um, and then net logon and sysvol, which um, you never really know. You know what I mean? You should check them all, but that's if you can. So we're gonna try to log in. Basically the same thing, except we're going to specify the share at the end. So this same command, and then since we have four forward slashes here, we're gonna put two here on the end. It's kind of balance it out. You double one, you double the other. Hacktricks complicates things sometimes, but on the whole, what a resource. I know. I love it almost to my own demise. I feel like it's my first go-to. Quick tip, if you read access to IPC, you can use crackmap exec, SMB, tech, rid brew to list all the users on the box. That is a good tip. I'm gonna pin it. Uh, Sorry, I'm gonna manually. There we go. Thank you for the quick tip. Let us try to access admin, and then I'm just gonna go right down the line because honestly, backup's the second most interesting one, anyways. Management 2005, reconnecting with SMB1. Failed NT status, resource name not found. Let's go answer our little try hack me question. How many remote shares is the server listing? 6. It's listing 6. Alive, alive. There's one particular share that we have access to that contains a text file. Which share is it? Um, when trying to connect, take out the, oh, yeah, take out. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna stop fucking up. Okay, you can't fix all my SMB client commands. Okay, now I'm gonna actually look at the command. Uh, SMB client tag you service. Yeah, admin. So again, I'm gonna try. We're gonna have these because it's been the difference between logging in and failure for me before. 2005. Okay, status access denied. Which before we were getting resource name not found, right? No. Yeah. Resource name not found because of our TACL. Now we're getting status denied. um, so let's move on to backup. And if backup doesn't come up, we're going to go back to Hactrix, but it should at this point. Okay, management 2005. And we were able to access that. So let's do like dir and backup credentials.txt. So I think we do what help or is it feet? Yeah, help. This is a list of commands here that you can utilize with SMB. So if we wanted to get something, there's a get command here, and we can grab that like this. You just say get backup credentials.txt. Getting file, and then let's make sure that it's downloaded. We cat it out, and there's that file that looks like uh, 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 I don't know, is that base 64? Backup credentials? That could just be a password. Honestly, I don't see any equals. Um, it just is really ugly passwords. Always save your passwords in text format, chat. It's very secure. Yeah. Oh, we've been doing this too long. We're almost at the end here though. So we'll try to rush through the rest a little bit. We'll try to pick up the speed. Backup. This was the share. What is the content of that file? So we'll copy this over. And then decoding the contents of the file. What is the full content? So if we say file, this is a Linux, at least for, yeah, it's a Linux built-in command. ASCII text with no line terminators. What was the question? Decoding the contents of the, oh, okay. So you could use a lot of different things. To be honest, without like destroying it, you could use CyberChef. I'll show you CyberChef. Normally I have Burp Suite open and there's a decode tab. I just throw it in there, but we have not needed Burp for the Active Directory so far. There is a web server running, we just haven't had to touch it. So CyberChef, and there's a lot of options in here. It's almost gross that it doesn't detect what you need it to do right off the bat. So it was base 64. So in our terminal, we could have done that. We could have said something like Base 64, if you get the help outputs, maybe you just base 64, let's do tac help. And tac D to decode. I just wanted to list a file with no file or when file is read standard input. So here's it's a positional argument, file or standard input with no file. So it's in backup creds, right? So we just run base 64. If you'd recognized it, like I said in the beginning, I was like, ooh, it looks like base 64. You do tac D and then backup. Is that not what it's called? Backup credentials? Oh, I'm in a different workspace. Base 64, tac D, backup, credentials.txt. Um, just as another way, there's a million ways. CyberChef is the best British export ever. I didn't even know it was a British export. Normally, I just throw things in here and I throw magic uh, with intensive mode. And it gives me a bunch of um, like Mandarin characters, and then I get upset. That's what happens. That's how I'm just kidding. But so we have backup at spookysec.local. Again, this is our domain. So this is their credentials for logging. This is backup's credentials for logging into the domain, and the password backup 2517860. If I was practicing really good habits, a lot of this would be going into local documents somewhere for my use, for my knowledge later. It would be going into Cherry Tree. It'd be going somewhere. But for the sake of this, just keep that in mind. So, what are the contents? Or what is the decoding? We'll just copy this over. I copied it with a space. So we'll back it out. Okay, so we have backup's credential. We can log in as backup. And we have made by our equivalent of the NSA. Oh, well, we made Ghidra, so I don't know if that's like, I think Ghidra's like a little cooler, but it's really all opinion. So no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Storm, who's getting hunted? What are you talking? Wait, what? What did I miss? No, I extended the time on it. I know you saw me click add 1 hour. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's okay. We don't have to do any of that again, but we will have to wait about 45 seconds. And it's still here? Maybe it's still up. I'm gonna ping it. Also, while we're here, let's go ahead and set it's 10.10 138.216. I should have done this a long time ago, but if we set something like IP equals 10.10 dot 138.216, if you're anything like me, um, you'll have to keep referring back to something to get your IP address. Normally, I have way too many terminal windows open to make use of this, but so if we do this, it creates an environment variable in this terminal alone, and if you close it out, it'll get deleted. But now, if we cat out with a $sign in front, IP, uh, it's not a file, so you can't cat it. If you just say $IP, uh, yeah, it'll print it out. So, for instance, it says that the IP is not a command. But if we wanted to do in map $IP, it's anyways, a little shortcut to help you out. So we're moving on to the next part, elevating privileges within the domain. Oh, we grabbed that because we wanted to ping it. Ping, and it's alive because I restarted it or added an hour. Storm, you got the pog. I need to rename it. Um, cool. So it's alive. Crisis averted. Let's sync up. Now that we have new user account credentials, we have more privileges on the system than before. The username of the account backup gets us thinking, what is this the backup account? What is this the backup account to? Um, it's the backup account for the domain controller, or yeah, the domain controller. The account has a unique permission that allows all Active Directory changes to be synced with this user account. This includes password hashes. So then we got a little screenshot here. This is like the management console for Active Directory. They kind of cut off all the top that tells you that, but and we're not looking at much. I mean, there's not a lot here. It's showing you security groups and users, and then the permissions, and it's probably tiny. Permissions for backup DC. So here, which it says spookysec.local, so I'm assuming it's going to be the same for us. The backup DC can replicate directory changes, and that's it. Okay, cool. Knowing this, we can use another tool within Impacket called secretsdump.py. This will allow us to retrieve all of the password hashes that this user account that is synced with the domain controller has to offer. Exploiting this, we will effectively have full control over the Active Directory domain. So this is really zoomed in for me. I don't know, go out like a little bit. Okay, so cool. Let's go ahead and do that. Let us go ahead. So we run it. We'll try to get our command here. Positional arguments target. So that's going to be our domain controller's IP address. And then the domain, so spookysec.local / backup, and then their password at spookysec.local. And then so I mean, you'd specify SAM to get the SAM file or the SAM hive. You can, or NTDS to get ntds.dit, which is what we're going for. So, right? Or we, yeah, that's what I'm assuming we have access to, is because it says we'll get all the users' hashes. What method allowed us to dump? This was NTDS. Which method? Output file? No. I have a cheat sheet, but dump ntds.dit. Extracting hashes and domain info from ntds.dit. So they want tax system here. That's what they want as a flag. No, it's not NTDS, right? That's not enough characters. Um, oh, are they talking about Impacket? It says method, not module. I'm gonna just pull out my little note here. Let's see. So it's gonna be in probably post-compromise attacks. I'm gonna say post-compromise attacks. Oh, it's pass. This is dump. I mean, yeah, I just have the pretty straightforward token impersonations, Kerberoasting, mitigation. Okay, so I don't have anything for it there. Secret stumped up high. All right. Where's all the secret dump, man? Skip to the good part. Extract. Not extract. Hmm. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna try to dump it, and if we're able to successfully dump it, then that's really all that matters. So GitHub pages. This looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and secrets dump.py. We're gonna do the target, which is the IP address. So actually, Pokey heal. I think it's actually leveled up. I don't know if we can specify our environment variable right there. Hopefully, it doesn't try to screw it up. key tab, connection. We're just gonna auth with password, and then use this output file, base output, to resume. Hmm. Yeah, I just don't know which one TryHackMe's trying to. We on notes again? Damn it, dude. My bad. RIP. Here, let me just set up. Okay. It should auto switch. But we're not using game. We're using the hack screen, and we're using the write-ups. Go ahead and start it. So if I click here, or if I click here, it should switch, and then if I click back, it should switch back. But apparently you don't have a cool transition going the other way, so sorry. Okay, cool. Now I don't have to worry about it. Um, it just can get really annoying if I have to peek at something really quick for you guys. That's why I turned it off in the first place. So yeah, I mean, this is what we specify. I think this is gonna work just like we expect it to here. Um, so we have the target. We already did that with our IP environment variable. And then we have domain username password. I'd like to see it, please, like this. So yeah, leave your brackets out. Leave your brackets out of it. Um, this looks good. This looks good to go. This looks tried and true. And then we can just copy up until here. System. Tried and true. And oh, we can do DCIP. Okay, so I guess we can remove that from the beginning and we'll pass it there. It's a positional argument, so I don't know, we may just be able to remove this. And then it is an OBS tool. It's a tool that's included in OBS. It's like the only tool. Like there's like a tools header. It's like one of two things in there. I don't know why they made a whole header for it, but so then we're going to specify it's gonna be what was the damn domain? Ha cha cha cha. Zoom you guys out. Oh, okay, cool. Um, our domain. Spooky sec. That's what it was. Why is that hard to remember? I know so many spooky secs. Okay, so we copied this down like 4 times. So system spooky sec dot local. Let's continue to follow this format here. So then it's going to be slash username, and we're using the backup user, and then their password here at um, I wonder if we have to specify it's just going to be the domain IP again. So uh, backup, and then backup's password, which is backup 2517860. At 10:10. I saved it as IP, so I'm scared to like do it again. Oh yeah, it's right there. 138.216. Okay, we are going to rephrase that. So here we're going to do DCIP 10.10.138.216, and at the beginning we're going to take out our IP argument that we tried to pass. Okay, that still gave us errors, no big deal. I'm gonna take you guys over to my notes. Look, I'm not even gonna hit the stream deck. No stream deck this time. We're unhinged. And we're gonna grab a secret stump list. I'm gonna expand this and you're gonna miss out on it. Yeah, let's just run it like that, man. What? Okay. So here, it's always way easier than what I'm trying to do. That's why I gotta work on these notes. I feel like I should be doing these notes a little better, but they're just like tedious sometimes. Those notes were actually what I should have followed in the beginning. Okay, so remote operation failed, but we got way closer. Hold on, wait. Dumping domain, yeah, and then we got all the hashes. So then creating Kerberos keys here. Cool. Okay, so is this more output? Why did it output it like that? Okay, let's do secret stump.py. And if I don't specify anything, we can figure out how to output this. If it's TAC O, yeah, TAC output file. They got to be a little difficult, you know how it goes. And it was outputting to my standard input, so that was there we go. Output file, and let's say like ntds, ntds is fine, and that should run again. Hopefully, putting it in that file. Let's clear this. Oof. Okay, so here are the hashes alone. I wonder if it output. Oh yeah, so it kind of did its own thing. I wonder. Okay, so with this secret stump.py, what we did was we specified. You can see here output file in TDS. And what it did on its own without telling us or with me forgetting maybe was that it created three different files based off of that name. So it created one with an extension NTDS. So that's where we get this one, which is our hash dump, right? It's our ntds.dit. This is that file. And then it created one uh, it took the prior username, so this entire thing, and then it appended .cleartext to it. That file is empty. I don't know what it was supposed to do. And then okay. So that searches for clear text password. Maybe that's the SAM file. If it found any clear text, then it would have put it in here, but it created it anyway, and it's empty. And then it took this, and then it appended Kerberos to it. And if we count that out, these are all Kerberos keys. So, but what we really want are those hashes. Those hashes are great. Uh, let's see what TryHackMe wants from us with like zoomed in. Bruh. Thrill of it. Thrill of it. We're almost done, but just in case the world ends. Method. What method? What method allowed us? I don't know what it's talking about. Python? It's not a method. Impacket? That's not a method, right? Um, Method. It was in the last workspace. Method. DCE Oh, DRSU API. Okay, cool. The DRSU API method allowed us to do that. Yeah, you're gonna get a little switching here if I have to do anything with Twitch, basically. What is the administrator's NTLM hash? So we can grab this here. So this here, it's like an Etsy shadow file, right? Um, so it's basically Windows's Etsy shadow file. Um, so you have the user, and then this should be the user ID is second. This is it's like the first portion of the hash, but it's specific to the machine. So anyone on, and I don't know if it's machine versus like domain. It might just be a domain thing. Um, but every user's prefix here, this first half of the hash is going to be the same. Um, and then the second half here, that's their actual password hash. So the admin's password hash starts right here. Copy that over. And then what method of attack could allow us to authenticate as the user without the password. So um, it's talking about pass the hash, which evil win RM. It looks like it's going to have us do it, but I'll show you guys. So basically, we have that hash, right? And so instead of going offline and cracking it, because if it is a tough password, that could be a really, I mean, it could be nearly impossible to crack. But in which case, there's another vulnerability, um, or abuse, really, in where you can pass the hash around to authenticate instead. So we have this example here. You can pass NTLM hashes, um, but not NTLM version 2 hashes. That's a good note that I took down there to keep in mind. So if it's just an NTLM hash, we can pass it. This example uses crackmap exec, which most people abbreviate CME. So if you ever see CME, that's what they're talking about. Um, and then SMB, looks like we have our, oh yeah, so we have, so we're just hitting um, a range of IPs, right, on this address, and we specify the user, uh, the full hash. I'm trying to gain shell, and tac h for hash, and this would be like, if this was admin, you put the admin's hash here and local auth. I think we're going to be doing something more like the second example, where we supply the full hash, right, which is this LM hash and the NT hash. And that's how you get NT LM, right? So this NT hash is the actual password. This LM hash is the string that's the same for every user. Um, and we'll use a something like psexec. Um, we can try psexec.py first, and then there's a million different replacements for it and metasploit modules, etc. So uh yeah, let's like zoom that in here. Can we, yeah, look at that. But yeah, we will try to, in our best ability, copy that psexec.py. Um, I'm gonna move this over here so I can see it. And who did they want us to, the administrator? We can fill this in. This is pass the hash. And then, oh, okay, they want us to use this tool. Okay, sorry. Using a tool called evil win rm, what option will allow us to use a hash? So let's see if that's preloaded. I don't think I've used that one. It is preloaded. Hey, probably tac h, huh? Yeah, tac h. All my life. Flag submission panel. Submit the flags for each user account. Service admin, backup, and administrator. They are located on each user's desktop. If you enjoyed this box, you may also enjoy their blog post. Okay. And if you're enjoying this stream, please consider following the stream so that we can continue to do stuff like this. This is what I enjoy doing a lot of the time, and um, just learning for myself and helping others learn. It's a really great environment, and I want to be able to keep doing this. So they have it set up above here. It's the evil win rm, tac I for IP address, and tac U for user, scripts path, there's a port, pass, hash. So then these are all the other arguments, right? So We can Google an example. So evil winrm, and we're gonna say pass the hash example. Okay, alternative ways to pass the hash. This is on Noopy blog. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Let's check it out. See if he's got a nice little one-liner. Yeah, he's using crackmap exec like we talked about before. Here's the winrm. Not sure if it really matters. Honestly, I prefer um, crackmap exec if we are able to do that. So let's go ahead and let's try to do something like that. I'm gonna get out of here, and we're gonna say CME, SMB 10 10. 138 216. 138 216. Tag you. We're not gonna do like whack 24 or anything. This is the only machine here. So we're just gonna try to log into it here. Um, and then what is this guy? He gave me something. What does he have for his? Yeah, just user. Okay. Because the one I have in my notes is intimidating. It's like first and last name. So Takio. Um, let's do Takio. Administrator, tac H, and then the hash, and then tac D for the domain. Hmm. Okay. Wait, should try and paste our clipboard, and we will see this local auth here. Oh, this is crackman. Never mind. Okay. Tac D, and then it's spooky sec local. Oh, CME is not found. Um, I think it's crack map exec, like the full on my machine. Depends on where you install it from, maybe. Okay, pwned. Admin pwned. So, if we go up here, let's see if we give an example. All the exec methods for Windows are unavailable with SSH. Wait, are we? Okay, SMB. Did I already pass it? SMB client. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So now it looks like we're able to use SMB client. To pass the hash. Hold on. Oh, there's the mitigation. Let's try to get a more thorough passing the hash. Okay, so you can see it here. It's a good example. And they just, again, they just tried to do it on any machine on the network. That's why they got the WAC 24. Right? Yeah. So attack you, and then even though it does not have the pwned note next to it, the green plus mark indicates that this account has been pwned. So then step 2 is gaining shell access. We can gain access on MSC admin computer machine using this command here with psexec.py. The 9B. Yeah. So he's using the same hash here, and he's passing it with the LM appended to the front of it. Works similarly to the. Oh, he's doing pass the password. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, that's step 2. So stand by. I'm gonna go pee, and then we're gonna get the flags, and we are going to be done with this machine. I will be out of beep. Hello, hello, I'm back. God, I needed that. I needed to get up. I had to pee for a minute, and I think I was like zoning out in this little corner over here. So, oh, it was good to stretch. Okay, um, let us. So it wanted us to use WinRM. I think we should just do that. There are multiple ways to do it. There, again, like I was saying before, you can use psexec.py. You can use this evil WinRM Linux tool. You can use Metasploit has multiple. If we pull up something on the side really quick and just kind of let it start up for a sec while we um, check this out here, and you search. PSExec. There's a few here. So we have SMB, PSExec. This you could say use for, or you could say use exploit Windows SMB PSExec. Um, there is one here. It looks like current user PSExec. This is an exploit Windows local. And then you also have this WMI exec, which is what PSExec is based off of. Um, and this is it's an Impacket auxiliary, but it should still like give you basically like a shell. Um, and then Windows management and potentially this one here. This one's a web exec. That looks like another option. So if you're not getting hits with one, you may just be running the wrong one. You know, they may have, especially if it's a CTF or like an exam or something, they may have set it up to where they expect you to use um, they expect you to use the most common one, and they've set it up to where it's only going to get through the um, antivirus or whatever. You know, you're only going to be able to get it to execute if you use that specific one. Let's look at evil WinRM. Which one of these was that? Evil, different ways to pass the hash. This guy used it, right? He's Ruby. Ugh, why are you using the Ruby version? Is he running it locally? What? Okay. Evil WinRM tools. That's fine. I mean, we could just tack H, I guess, but what do we have? We have an IP, we have a user, we have a hash, and a port, remote host port. I don't think we need that port, but there should be like a domain, right? We may have to specify that in the user. Okay, let's just type example here. Example, pass the hash, PTH. If you see that, here's a detailed guide. Yeah, so they have it at, what does he have a 987? So this is what we want. We want login with NTLM hash, pass the hash attack. This is exactly what we want here. So we're going to do attack I to specify the IP, U, and then H. That's it. Let's see if that goes through. So attack I is 1010 138.216. My terminals got slow. There, it went slow on me. Attack U we're gonna specify administrator. No, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like, it's messing up. Let's close that. Let's try that again. Okay. Evil, WinRM. Evil. Win RM. Oh my goodness. This is not difficult at this point. Evil. Win RM. Okay. This one's broken, guys. That guy. 10, 10, 1, 38, that 216. And then tac U, administrator, and tac H, and we can just paste that hash in from earlier. Um, so if we ls, we just cat ntds dot ntds. It's this second portion of the admin hash. So let's copy that. See if we can pass this in and get a shell. Establishing connection to remote endpoint. Function is unimplemented on this machine. uh, uh. Are we running PowerShell right now? PowerShell exec, WinRM. I don't know if WinRM runs that. Who am I? We are THM admin administrator. So let's grab our flags. It said they were on desktop. So let's grab the administrator's flag. So we'll specify type root.text. And here is the first flag, the most important one, the root flag. They named it Active Directory Master. And so we throw this in here. And then we need backups and service admin. So we back up two directories to the user folder. They made it nice and easy. There's backup right here and service admin. CD into backup, CD into desktop. I guess I could have done that in one fell swoop. Cat, not cat, because we're on Windows, type priv-esc.text. And this flag is back me up, Scotty. Come on, nobody. Okay. Back up. And then we'll grab service admin. .text. And this one is Kerberos pre-auth. Oh, and we have successfully completed Attacktive directory. That was actually just barely scratching the surface of Active Directory attacks. In the beginning, we started out kind of just, it helps you import Impacket. It has you install Bloodhound and Neo4j, which we did not use, by the way. I think that's kind of hilarious. I was excited to run those, but no big deal. Trying to stay on task. So then in the second portion, we did some basic enumeration, right? And we were able to enumerate port 139 and 445, SMB, and we were looking for, this is still just basic information from like the in-map scan, right? The domain. Um, so we were looking for SMB shares. What the hell is the SMB shares? Okay, scratch it, scratch that. We then were doing user enumeration with Kerberoot. So we were able to use this user enum module in Kerberoot to find three really interesting users: administrator, service admin, and backup, as well as everyone else. Um, we took all the users, we put them in a file, and we ran that file through, where is it? Get_np_users.py, which is an Impacket module. Um, and it was able to give us, I think service admin was the only user that had, that was as rep roastable, meaning that their user account privilege does not require pre-auth was set. And we cracked it with hashmap or hashcat with this Kerberos 5 ASREP E-type 23. It's hash mode 18200. The password was management 2005. Back to the basics. Here's where we enumerated SMB. Looking for SMB shares. We were able to log into the backup share. Um, there was a file here. We quickly figured out that that looked like base64 and decoded it to get backup, to get backup's credentials. So, and their password is backup with this long number here. And we grabbed the ntds.dit, and then we passed the hash. So, yeah, that was, again, that was barely scratching the surface, but it did take longer than I thought it would. Um, we can go ahead and terminate this machine at this point, and go ahead and reload these. I'm curious what they have lined up in the next machine. I am curious, especially because they had us. Why'd they have us download like Bloodhound? Uh, so this looks like a paid room, attacking Kerberos. Learn how to use the Kerberos ticket granting service inside of a Windows domain controller. So the ticket granting service grants ticket granting tickets. So the TGS grants TGTs. And these tickets are there. There's multiple things that we can do. You can see here there's a pass the ticket attack. What was huge for a long time was this golden ticket attack, where you're able to get a golden ticket, basically uh, a ticket that allows you access to anything in the domain. Then this was starting to get picked up more and more, and pen testers these days are moving into, I think, have probably already moved into, and maybe are trying to look for another option now after the silver ticket attack, which is has slightly less privileges, um, but like I said, if they're detecting and they're looking for the golden ticket attack, you have to do something else at that point, right? It's always, the game is always changing, so it's like antivirus, right? Like antivirus, it's being updated all the time. People are constantly trying to find antivirus bypasses, and it's like it's just cat and mouse, right? Exploit created, patch created. It's just back and forth. So this room will cover all the basics of attacking Kerberos, the Windows ticket granting service. we'll cover the following. So they also go over Rubeus. I was told this is a tool you want to be familiar with if you are taking the OSCP. I had one of my friends, he was like, he spent hours on something, and he's like, if I just used Rubeus instead of, what I knew how to use. I think he figured it out eventually. He passed, but he's like, I wasted so many hours just not running this tool. So keep that in mind. Um, I can't prove that that's true, so but you know, OffSec don't come after me because that's just hearsay. But skeleton key attacks using Mimikatz and Kerberoasting, right? Also some more ASREP roasting as well with Rubeus and Impacket. This room will be related to very real world applications and will most likely not help with any CTFs. However, it will give you great starting knowledge of how to escalate your privileges to a domain admin by attacking Kerberos and allow you to take over and control a network. Yeah, like I was saying, this like once we start getting into like silver ticket attacks, um, skeleton key attacks, like this is we're starting to look at more real life examples. Um, it's recommended to have a knowledge of general post exploitation, Active Directory basics, and Windows command line to be successful with this room. So that's Cerberus, not Kerberos. Um, close enough. Close enough. It's the default. I don't know if we need to go over this. We kind of did already, but it's the default auth service for Microsoft Windows domains. It's intended to be more secure than NTLM by using third-party ticket authorization, as well as stronger encryption. Even though NTLM has a lot more attack vectors to choose from, Kerberos still has a handful of underlying vulnerabilities, just like NTLM, that we can use to our advantage. Common terminology, ticket grading ticket. This is the TGT, which is issued by the TGS, the Ticket Grading Service. Um, no, it's issued by the Key Distribution Center. Sorry, I messed that up. Um, and then used, uh, Ticket Grading Service takes the ticket grading ticket and returns a ticket to a machine on the domain. And that paired with the Key Distribution Center, the KDC here, that's kind of the main concepts. Um, let's look up like TGT, TGS. Thank you, Daub, for the follow. You gotta tell me how to say your name. I don't know, maybe phonetically or, but
Hello, motherfucker.
thank you, thank you. I don't know. I sent you all of them. You just got all of them. Uh, we want some kind of a visual, right? Visual representation here, unless I have one. Welcome to. This is Attacktive. We can close that one. This is like Kerberos off. Okay, so here we go. So here's the user, right? Here's end user. Doobie. Hey, Doobie. Thank you. That was with that. Hey, everything went better than expected. It's my first ever stream I follow on programming section because I'm starting to learn C. I'm a noob at the moment. Oh, awesome. Well, keep it up. Definitely don't give up. Um, we are doing we're working with code, but we're doing some pen testing challenges. So probably mostly Python, maybe some C. You never know. Probably not at the moment. We're doing Active Directory hacking. So yeah, definitely cool, cool, cool. So again, here we have this is the end user, right? So and if it's a malicious attacker, keep that in mind. So you request a ticket granting ticket from the Windows domain controller, and it returns the ticket with a session key. The request ticket and the user's auth is sent back to the KDC, the key distribution center, and then that they send back the ticket and a session key. This is kind of confusing here. We got too many. But then it's sent to, you would use it to request a service from whatever server that service is running on. So you can see that in step 5. And then the server grants you access to that service. So actually, I kind of want to go through this right here because that was, oh, it's right here too. It's like the first one that just, I don't know, maybe it's the best one to explain it with, but maybe like something like this. With service request, that one's just blurry. Let's see. Yeah, this one's kind of okay. It's just, I don't know, we start to get all the lines jumbled up here, I feel like. It basically it goes there and back and there and back, right? Um, and then you're able to use that to to request access to a service from that application server. Um, and that's the whole attack. I mean, it's it's really just a function of Active Directory. It's not a vulnerability or an exploit. It's just abusing uh, an intended function. So they have it all right here with the service principal name. Yeah, the SPN of the service the client wants to access. The key distribution center verifies. Okay, cool. Cool. So tickets overview. We saw some Kerberos keys earlier. We will get into tickets right here. We got some more terms. Did we skip some terms up here? Yeah, I don't think there's KDC long-term secret key. Uh, it's based on the Kerb TGT service account. If we get more into this, we will come back to that. But that's starting to get like, if you're kind of trying to pick up on it right now, that's more than we need to probably get into so far. Attack privilege requirements, Kerberos enumeration, no domain access required. So this is that Kerberos command that we ran on the last machine. If I load it here, it looks something like, oh yeah, this terminal was screwed. Do you guys remember that? Let's collapse this one. And then tap Y, and then any other key to continue. I'm gonna close the whole thing because it's broken. We broke it. CD opt Kerberos. Kerberos looks something like this. So it's saying we'll first need to do user enumeration. How does one go about hacking Wi-Fi? Um, there is a good. Let me see if I'll just drop you a link. Is this one free? Ba, 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 ba. Let me make sure it's a free room. Yeah, here's a free course. Let's see if my own Nightbot will let me post a link. There you go. Yeah, no problem. Um, you just have to have a TryHackMe account, and then you join the room. So yeah, so our first requirement here. Are you guys? Can you see this? Here. Okay, cool. The first requirement here, right? Kerberos enumeration. So I'm guessing that means user enumeration. You know, we can look into more, but definitely user enumeration to start. So we can use user enum. You'd specify the domain controller's IP address. Um, you should provide some word list that has a list full of users. And I use TACT here for thread count. I did 50 to speed things along. Uh, Theta, was it Theta? Yeah, Theta Gamma. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. And then Taco for output. But we will get there. Pass the ticket. Access a user to the domain required. Um, so we're going to be passing the ticket. We just talked about that. Kerberoasting. So this is taking advantage of, um, let's get it. Oh my gosh, it's not typing. I want to give you like a textbook definition, you know. Something that's like a visual. It's here you go, right? Okay, so Kerberoasting is requesting the TGT, getting back the TGT, requesting a TGS, getting back the TGS, and then accessing a service. So then as rep roasting, we did this one on the last box. Said as I'm learning C and variables, there's a line getting me so triggered. And this line's int first number equals uh so oh, you define an integer named first number, it's equal to 33. And then you print first number equals this is a placeholder, right? And you specify the variable here. I haven't written C in like 3 years. You specify the second number, you set it equal to the first number. Isn't this two equal signs? Wouldn't you put two here? And then printf, second number, and you go to print it. What I don't understand is why second number equals first number. You don't understand it? Oh, I don't know. This just means that you're setting it equal to, you just want two variables that equal 33, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't like do anything. I thought if you're using two different variables, you'd have to double up, but again, I haven't like actively used C since college, so um okay. Yeah, we're gonna get to these. I'm gonna explain them all and then we're gonna have to explain them all again. So let's just uh ticket granting ticket. This is service principal number. No? Sir, wait. Service principal name, my bad. Service principal name. What does PAC stand for? Privilege Attribute Certificate. The PAC holds all the user's relevant information. It is sent along with the TGT to the KDC, the Key Distribution Center, to be signed off by the target LT key and the KDC LT key, which is You know, if you're thinking like, um, never mind. We won't get into that. So I forgot the answer. Privilege attribute certificate. Privilege. What two services make up the KDC? So the key distribution center. Let's go up here. So it's the authentication service and the ticket granting service. So you're able to um, authenticate and then get that ticket. It looks like to use on a server ticket granting. Wait. What's the format? No? What? Okay. I mean, it says it right there, but that's okay. Um, it What two services make up the KDC? AS plus TGS. That's what we had. And there's a comma. Is it the space? Swear to God. Deploy the machine. I love TryHackMe. This machine, I don't think it's gonna take 10 minutes. I think maybe if you're on a really occupied server, it could take 10 minutes, but that would be really sad. It's the longest time to wait on the box, especially because I mean, like if you crash it, like okay, machine started. You get a test. Okay, good luck on your test. Sorry, I don't know when you sent that. Um, but yeah, good luck, good luck. Okay, so we're gonna take we gotta wait on this here for it to give us the IP address. 30 seconds, and then probably another 30 seconds for it to actually initialize and start accepting uh, any requests on the network. So I'm gonna go grab a drink of coffee. It's in my fridge. It's cold brew, so I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Hey, can you guys hear me? Uh, okay, sorry to turn off my scene switcher. Kerberos is a popular enumeration tool. I'll have to switch you back. Used to brute force and enumerate valid Active Directory users by abusing the Kerberos pre-authentication. But we wanted to make sure, and we kind of discussed it in the last box, that we're not like brute forcing user passwords using Kerberos or any other brute force tool, because you will lock those accounts out. Especially if you're doing like a pen test and you start locking out accounts for a company, you're going to be in deep sheep. So definitely, yeah, keep that in mind. But I think right now we're probably just going to use it for user enumeration, which is okay. You need to, they give us a little link here. You need to add the DNS domain name along with the machine IP to the Etsy host, right. So it'll resolve. So yeah, it looks something like this, just like TryHackMe if you've done many of those. So controller.local, is that the DNS domain name? Oh, it just tells us what DNS is. Okay, I just want to make sure that's the right one, or if they're going to give us a new one down here. No, yeah, controller.local. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Um, let's. So we're going to sudo. I'm going to gedit Etsy host, and then just make a new line. You can see all the ones I have from like Hack the Box here. This is normally my Hack the Box machine. I actually haven't done much TryHackMe ever. I started really doing it maybe 2 weeks ago. So it's been pretty good. There's a lot of good stuff on here. If you can get past some of the kind of slow resolution times and some of the other issues, but let's okay. So we can paste this in here. This is just one single tab, and then if you're ever dealing with a domain that has multiple subdomains under it, you can list them in the same line here, with separated by a space. So you can see horizontal.hackthebox does have a subdomain API prod or production. And yeah, so like soccer, same thing, stalker and Pandora. So we'll go ahead and save this. Controller.local, we have our IP address. Let's confirm that it's our actual IP. It is good to go. So I can close that out, and we can also close out this little script we were working on for Doobie. Oh my god, don't save. Close this one out. Okay, abusing pre-auth overview. By brute forcing Kerberos pre-auth, you do not trigger the account failed to log on event, which can throw up red flags to blue teams. When brute forcing through Kerberos, you can brute force by only sending a single UDP frame to the KDC, allowing you to enumerate the users on the domain from a word list. So see if they give us a good example here. Kerberos installation. So we've already done this, but if you need to, follow along, it's in here. So we downloaded it. We did the same thing from this Ropnop. This is who's hosting the official file on GitHub. And then they we I don't know why, but renaming it to Kerberos is almost essential. And then chmod plus x to add executable permissions to the file. You don't have to run. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you add chmod plus x, and then you should be good to go. And it looks something like this, which is what we looked at about 10 minutes ago. Download the word list to enumerate with here. So they'd like to save us a little bit of time here. If you're on, you're on a pen test, hopefully you've probably done a lot of enumeration on the dark web, on social media, like GitHub. what's the linked int, or all the OS int tools, trying to grab as many uh, like possible usernames that you can, breached usernames, anything to create a solid word list for your users. So we'll go ahead and grab this one here. They gave it to us. That's very nice of them, because otherwise we could be here a while. So for this, can we control A this? Here, we go to raw. If you click on raw, it'll take you to its own page. And then we can just we can hit Control A to select all the text, and then Control C to copy. Um, and then let's go to um, home, Cali, documents, TryHackMe. So it's like a long path list here. And then we need to make a new directory for our box. And we'll enter it, and then I'm gonna gedit user.list. We can just go ahead and paste it here. So save, close your file. This one's actually a lot shorter than the Attacktive gave us. Abby. Okay, we're good to close that out. It does say have it where you put Kerberoot. We can make a copy of Kerberoot there. I already have so many other files in there, and I don't want to make it any more confusing. If we copy, we'll have to sudo probably. Sudo copy opt Kerberoot tac R. So we want to copy recursively so that we're able to copy every file inside of it because it's a directory. So nope, I don't want LSD. If we ls and we change directory to Kerberoot, these are all the files that we did on the Attacktive box. So since we copied it, we're good. We can remove these. So we can do backup, found users, ntds, and this ntds dot clear text, ntds dot Kerberos, service admin, user list. I mean, we want to get rid of all of those. Remove write protected. Yes. Permission denied. So just run this with sudo. Okay, cool. So now we got Kerberoot. And it's glowing blue because we already did our chmod plus x to make it executable. We probably could have just copied that file. I forgot this is the binary. So normally I use I think I normally use the Go, which I don't know if it has any dependencies, but the binary is a kind of a single shot. So and we're gonna copy this out. So we'll sudo copy Kerberoot, and we'll just do /. Sorry, we'll do .. Cannot overwrite directory. Kerberoot. If we go back, what's in it? ls.la. Okay. So we'll copy it as Kerberoot1. Cannot stack Kerberoot. Sorry, copy Kerberoot into Kerb. Jeez, okay. I didn't like that. I mean, it's a directory in a file. I get it, but the name the same. But okay, so now we can remove directory Kerb. Not empty. So we'll remove tac rf, which is recursive enforce. Permission denied. I love that opt is right protected. Okay, we just did that in the hardest way possible. So now let's move curb into something called curb root. And all I wanted to do there was have curb root in the same directory that we had user.list. So now enumerate on your own and find, oh, they gave us a couple users here. They gave us administrator and machine one. So user enum, DC, tac D. So instead of controller.local here, we're going to put the IP address. I mean, this may run, but generally we would just, if this is the domain controller's IP, we would just replace that with this IP. So let's try that. I'm just going to copy it and swap it out. So the IP is 10, 10, 99, 181. 99, 181. Okay, cool. So we're going to paste. Our file is called user.list and it's lowercase. And ten, 10. I'm so bad at memorizing them. 99, 181. And then that looks good. No, that looks good. This is TACD. This is the domain .local here and our user list. So we're getting back administrator, admin one, admin two. Okay. Let's see what the how many total users do we enumerate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. What is the SQL Service account name? It's named SQL Service, all lowercase. And what is the second machine account name? Machine 2. And then what is the third user account name? Could it be user 3? Okay. Cool. Well, while we're here, let's go ahead and stash this. I'm gonna take the whole thing. Let's gedit like herb results. We'll just have this here. Eventually we are going to take this and we can put it into let's put it into users. Let's save that. And then do we have Sublime? We want Sublime editor. Let's see if we can show you that cool trick really quick. Kali Sublime editor. I'm gonna tee it into sources and why is it so complicated? I mean, like, what's up with all the extra steps? Install for Linux. Okay, they've got the same code here. I just don't normally trust whoever's blog. Oh, it's TechMint, but whoever's blog.com, you just copy the We got sudo update. Okay, cool. So we should hit a little copy button here. Install the key. The apt repository contains packages for both, right? Both architectures. Let's copy this. Okay, looks successful to me. Select a channel to use. Stable or in development. Well, let's take stable. Oh man, oh man. There it goes. Okay, cool. Cool. And then update app sources and install sublime.txt. So we're adding it, yeah, to our app source file. Let's sudo apt-get update and sudo apt-get install sublime text. Sudo apt-get update. Oh, apt-get update. And then sudo apt install sublime text. Apt-get install. I know it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth it. It's going to be worth it. Sudo apt-get install sublime text. Should prompt us. Okay. Cool. Good. Good. And then, oh, looks like it's good. So sublime text. We could try resourcing this. The easiest way to do that is to close your terminal. Sometimes you have to log out. Depends on how the file's retrieved. I thought it was, is it SUBL? God damn it, where's John Hammond when you need him? John! We can go one by one. Sublime text. Because we're not getting anything. Sublime text. Hmm. Okay, let's do a quick log out. We don't have to restart it or anything. We just log right out and log back in. No, you echo words you've heard. So it is sub L. Oh my god. Okay. All right, so let's go back to our directory we were in, and okay, Kerberos. So for this user.list, right? If you had something really long, could save you a lot of time. Actually, not the list. Users, right? So if we cat out users, if this was very long, this could take you a lot of time because we just wanted to extract this portion here at the end. Obviously, when I go to highlight it, we are now capturing the beginning of every other line. Um, you could write a Python script to do this just as easily, but I think it's probably quicker with Sublime Text Editor. So let's Google how to do it. Because I watched John Hammond do it. It was pretty cool. Sublime Text Editor, split cursor. We can maybe even just do a help command, but alternatively, you can select a region by mouse or shift and arrows, then press Command Shift L. Is that an L? The letter L. Okay, Command Shift L. Okay, let's try to do that. So users. So we want to let's select the entire area and then Command Shift L. Is that Mac? Mac exclusive. They're gatekeeping Sublime Editor. Control Alt and hit up or down arrow to place an additional cursor above or below the current cursor. So what does that mean? Does that mean we want our cursor to be here? Like right here? Control Alt, is that L, right? Shit. Oh, that logged me out. Dude, I totally fell for it. No, it's just Control Alt up. Okay. So we're here, we're gonna do Control Alt up. Man, John Hammond, you lied, dude. Arguments, files. See if they have a quick example. Here's a video. Well, I'm so confused. Okay, so we can select it like this. Um, how did he do it? Sublime editor. Multi-cursor editing.
So I was having the other editors also supported, but because I focus on Sublime Text, that's where I'm gonna focus this short video on. So you can get Sublime Text by going to sublimetext.com, and for all those that are Oracle language, so that I'm gonna do option right.
Yeah, so that's what I want. I want the giant cursor.
Sometimes with those commas, it's
Okay, okay. So not giving me that. We're just selecting. So we need to do what this guy's doing because he's doing something different.
Problem to do this. Let's see.
That's Mac.
There. So you see how the cursors are now located all in some words. So I can do Command D. That selects all those words the cursors were standing. I'm gonna copy this. So Command C. I'm gonna do a right arrow so I can be at the end.
No, damn it.
Shift Command to the right. That will select everything to the end, and I'm going to delete all of that. Great. And then I could here do Shift L. And what just happened is that API type of thing for it. So do Command Shift L. And what just happened is that I have multiple cursors. Now every line got a cursor. I'm going to do a left arrow. Now all the way in the beginning, I'm going to do option right. Here, sometimes with those commas, it's sometimes a little bit of a problem to do this.
God damn it, John. All right, I'm giving up. This is sucks. I'll just watch this video later.
So I can do Command D. That selects all those words.
So yeah, the shitty part is we are manually doing this, but it's not the end of the world. It's just annoying.
Will select everything to the end, and I'm going to delete all of that. Great. And then I could here do
because then we're going to pass
arrow for parameters. I'm gonna do a P.
I mean, I could probably write a Python script and like
I pasted all of the
ChatGPT could write me the Python scripts in like 3 seconds or less. But okay, cool. So looks good. I should save this. I'm gonna exit it.
And it's Abacus align selection, and it's already configured to recognize this character, so that aligns it. And
did we lose one? Yeah, just administrator, right?
In-out parameters. Maybe you're defining those. So then I could just do in.
Yeah.
To do my parameters. And maybe these are the table. So I'm gonna do my table time entries.
Echo.
I go to the end of the line.
You know what?
So those are different ways of doing this. Maybe we're doing insert into my table. So I'm gonna open and close parameters. I'm gonna
save that. We're ready to go. So now we have our list of users for the domain. Awk print
and I can do my
NF
commas.
File name awk.
I'm gonna grab.
I'm gonna move this over.
And maybe those are coming. Oops. I'm sorry. Hitting the wrong keys there.
Well, guess what? I beat you to it. I beat you there. Let's go ahead and move on because we're gonna use this user list now to exploit. Man, this thing is killing me. All right. So we did this enumeration. We have the data saved in a way that we can use it now. And it gives us something that we can, it says we can either RDP or SSH into the machine with administrator password. And here's the domain. So your machine IP, right. Let's just go ahead and SSH into the machine. So I'm going to SSH administrator at controller.local. Triple check that. Yeah, good to go. We're going to say yes here. And it's going to prompt for the password. So we can copy and paste that in. And the reason that this resolved is because we added it to our Etsy host file. If you remember, otherwise this would not resolve because we're not locally hosting a domain called controller.local. So we are logged in as administrator on controller. So yeah, if we just take another look at that, in case you missed it, we added the IP address and the domain to our Etsy host file so it could resolve. Okay, next step, Rubeus. Rubeus is a powerful tool for attacking Kerberos. Rubeus is an adaptation of the Kikyo tool, think Inuyasha maybe, by Harmjoy, the very well-known Active Directory guru. You said I think what? Oh, no, that just popped up. That was late. That's weird. Rubeus has a wide variety of attacks and features that allow it to be a very versatile tool for attacking Kerberos. Some of the many tools and attacks include overpass the hash, which I think there's a whole TryHackMe room dedicated to that. I think it's the name of it. Ticket requests and renewals, ticket management, ticket extraction, harvesting past the ticket, as revolve and Kerberoasting. The tool has way too many attacks and features for me to cover it all. We're gonna go over. Yeah, he says try to look it up on your own and do some more research. So harvesting tickets with Rubeus. Harvesting gathers tickets that are being transferred to the key distribution center and saves them for use in other attacks such as pass the ticket attack. So it says to download Rubeus in our downloads folder. So let's navigate there, navigate to the directory. Let's go ahead and copy this. I'm going to go to the link first. And there's Rubeus 3.5 here. Let's look at the install instructions. Jesus. Okay, yeah, this is a long list. Okay. Roll up it, I guess. Compile instructions. So I wonder if that off to the right there, it's probably pre-compiled. Hopefully. Let's grab this one. This release here. And we have a zip. The final release of Rubeus, it's net 3.5 compatible. The code here is version 1.6.4. Already compiled. Okay, they did it for us. So once we navigate there, we are going to run Rubeus, and we're going to tell it to harvest TGTs every 30 seconds. So let's go ahead and we'll copy this over, rubeus.exe, and then we pass it this positional harvest, and then we specify an interval. So we're logged in here as administrator. Let's go to downloads, verify that it's there, and then run our command here. Yeah, it is harvesting ticket granting tickets every 30 seconds. So you can see a little bit of the output. I'm just trying to get a little bit ahead of it. We're going to move into brute forcing password spraying with Rubeus. So they can both brute force passwords as well as password spray user accounts. When brute forcing passwords, you use a single user account and a word list of passwords to see which password works for that given user account. In password spraying, you give a single password, such as password1, and spray against all found user accounts in the domain to find which one may have that password. This attack will take a given Kerberos-based password and spray it against all found users and give a .kirby ticket. This ticket is a ticket granting ticket that can be used in order to get service tickets from the KDC, as well as to be used in attacks. Sorry, I was getting a call. As well as to be used in attacks like the pass the ticket attack. Before password spraying with Rubeus, you need to add the domain controller domain name to the Windows host file. You can add the IP and domain name to the host file from the machine by using the echo command. Okay, we want to verify that's our IP, and it is. Looks like a static IP address. Do you know what the benefit is for running every 30 seconds as opposed to once? Um, I, I mean, the only thing I can think of is, um, like too many requests raising a red flag, but let's look it up. Rubeus, intervals for harvesting. Yeah, my friend said he wasted 2 hours on the OSCP on the Active Directory section because he wasn't using Rubeus. He was using a different tool to try to do the same thing. Allows you to harvest, ticket extraction, a detailed guide, command line parameters. I mean, you could just probably put Y in here. Y use. Yeah, I was like, so you have any, tips or tricks? He's like, just use Rubeus, learn how to use Rubeus. Like, okay. The dump action will extract. Is this Oregon University? Is this pre-harvest pesticide? Okay, all right, yeah. I'll let me know if you find out. Let me know if you find out. Okay, we're done with all of those. Cool. So we're gonna echo this IP address and the domain into the Etsy host file. So let's go ahead and do that. That's exactly what ours look like. Oh, is this still running? Um, because I mean, these aren't like, I don't know, I don't like this already very much because they're not chaining like, it's not a process, it's like just a bunch of examples of things to do. Like we're not taking this and using it in our next attack or, you know, this is just two different ways to get tickets. What domain or which domain admin do we get a ticket for when harvesting the tickets? And then which domain controller do we get a ticket for when harvesting the tickets? Okay, cool. So controller one is the domain controller. Controller one at, oh, there's a $sign there too. Don't forget that. At controller.local. So controller, it's probably just, it's controller one. Does it take the $sign? Is it hyphened? It is. Which domain admin do we get? Um, so we see administrator. We see administrator. Okay, so yeah, we're not getting anything else here. So we can actually we can cancel this. This is gonna sit and run and just continue to do the same thing over and over again. As it's already done. It actually did quite a few. I didn't think it took that long. So this is administrator here. Um, and again, this is just another way to get those same tickets, right? Using this brute. Says it sprays against all found users, then gives the Kirby TGT for that user. Okay, so now we're moving on to Kerberoasting with Rubeus and Impacket. So I'm guessing it's going to be the kind of same thing. It's just different methods of doing the same attack. So for Kerberoasting, right, we've gone over it quite a few times. They don't even have a picture here. Let's let's hop into it. So same thing. We're going to be using first Rubeus, and the command here is Kerberoast. So if we go, we're in our downloads. So it's Rubeus.exe and then Kerberoast. I imagine this will dump the Kerberos hash of any Kerberoastable users. Looks like we're going to Kerberos SQL service. Oh yeah, we got him. We got him. Okay, so yeah, SQL Service was vulnerable to the Kerberos, and we got the Kerberos 5 hash here, and we can take this offline and crack it. Yeah, is it just SQL Service that we grabbed? We have HTTP service here. Okay, so just the two. So just, yep, HTTP and SQL. I check this room out later. Yeah, I know I need to be like, I'll probably come back and just kind of copy a couple of the commands down and move them over, but somewhere, I don't know. I hate doing notes. I hate doing notes, but it's very important to do and take good notes. So after you have Kerberoasted the SQL service and the HTTP service, copy the hash onto your attacker machine and put it into a text file. So we're gonna crack this sucker right here. Does it want us to take SQL? Yeah, I mean, it's got to, right? So let's grab this here. I'm gonna split this. And we can, I'm just gonna gedit hash. I'm gonna paste it in here. Wow, that's great. So we can we can shift tab, put it all back. Uh, and then looks good. I don't know if you need this extra line at the end here or not. I'm gonna add it. And then it was curb5 TGS. So if we do hashcat tac help, and then we pipe it into grep tac I to ignore case sensitivity and or ignore case, and then Kerberos. So we're looking for Kerberos 5, TGS, uh, TGS rep 23. This is TGS rep 17. This is TGS rep 18. So this is our one right here. And it has a hash cap mode of 13, 100. So we will run hashcat attack A 0 for a word list defined attack method. Attack M to specify our hash method. And next we're going to specify the hash itself. So we save that into hash. And then we're going to give it a word list. Did he give us a password list? No. Oh, right here. A modified Rocky word list. Which, against a client, you would want to probably a giant list, and utilizing every resource that you have, right? Breached credentials, um, manipulation on breached credentials, using like cool on all of their web server, their different sites that they have hosted, right? Okay, so I went to GitHub, right? Clicked on raw, and then we're going to Control A, Control C. Then we should be able to close this. And I'm going to split this horizontally. And we're going to gedit pass that list. And I'm going to paste it in, save it, and close it. And collapse the subterminal. Then we can finish our command here. So we want to give it now the word list. So we're going to pass it past that list. And I think, we want to give it also tac O, capital O for optimized output or optimization. Separator unmatched. No hashes loaded. Let's gedit hash. I'm going to take out this last line. That may be the cause of the problem. Nope. 13100. Let's double verify that that's the right method. Yeah, we've got curb TGS 23. Curb TGS 23. Let's see how they did it. Yeah, I mean that's what ours looks like. Chuck a left. What's up? What's up?
Hello, motherfucker.
What's going on, Benny? I guess it's probably because of all the new lines, huh? Um, that's super annoying. Can we just output this? Oh man, this is ugly output. Out file. Okay, it says the hash was written. Oh, and it stops itself. That's actually way better. Um, so let us um yeah, it looks kind of like it's running on this time. So let's grab it here. Trying to find ways to make it easier for myself in the future because like I said, this weekend I'm gonna be not really in a big rush, honestly. The PMPT you have like 5 days. But oh, this is still rough. Here. Is that you think that's why it's causing that? Like, I guess we just try to grab the file, probably be easier. Um, so yeah, that's probably what. So I don't know the easiest way to host this. Let's do like we have cert util. Yeah, okay. But can you send? Um, or is that only grab like wget? File transfer, file transfer. Send it with PowerShell. Okay, I'm just gonna make it easier. So let's host, I can close this. I'm gonna do sudo service apache to start, and then I need the cert util command. Cool. And then my IP address, I'm gonna download netcat here. So 24.179, and then netcat.exe, and the output name is going to be netcat.exe, and success. So now we want to run that. Netcat.exe. I can't remember which ones it would be. On our machine, we need to set up a listener. So we will do netcat NVLP 8989, and anything that comes in on that port, we're going to output it to out.text. I think that's good. I think that's the syntax. And then opposite here, netcat, we're going to specify our IP that we're sending it to, 24.179, and then the port, right, 8989. And we're going to pass the file, that hash file, into the netcat command. Okay, so it made a connection, but it hasn't closed yet, so we got an issue. Uh, okay, so we didn't grab it, right? Oh wait, what did we call it? Out.text. We have an out.text. Okay, cool. But since we specified, maybe the L, the N, if we do netcat help, netcat help, um, verbose. I don't know why that connection should have dropped, but yeah. Anyways, we still grabbed the file, so let's copy that file wherever we need it. Let's copy out.text to documents, TryHackMe, uh, here, and then we have a terminal open over there already. So and that looks way better for cracking purposes. So I'm gonna undo that. Or I can just close it without saving. Let's try to crack it as it is. And it's called out.txt. Okay, so they're both cracked. Okay, and the major issue there was that I tried to copy it out of the terminal and then paste it into a file, and that added a bunch of new lines to it. So we just wanted to output it to a file and then transfer the file over. If you're doing anything with like, I don't know, there's all kinds of really sensitive files where if you're off by 1 byte, you're not going to be able to decode it or something. So that's why we have like secure copy for SSH. And then, yeah, so just not corrupting things in transit is really the key idea there. Uh, we can do it with Impacket, but so here's this one's for Red. It's his favorite version of Impacket, 0.9. And so it just goes over downloading, installation, and using this get user snps.py. And we use this on I believe we use this on the last box, right? This will dump the Kerberos hash for all Kerberoastable accounts. I mean, it does the exact same thing. So after cracking the service account password, there are various ways of exfiltrating data or collecting loot depending on whether the service account is a domain admin or not. So their privileges on the domain is extremely important to your next step here. So if the service account is a domain admin, you have controls similar of that to a golden or silver ticket, where you can kind of go around and you can flaunt it around. You can go check out stuff on. You can go access a different machine in the domain, like let's say John's machine in a different building, and you start going through his files and you pass that golden ticket around. Uh, You can gather loot, such as dumping the ntds.dit, which we did that before. It's a file that is kind of like Etsy Shadow in Linux, where it holds every user's password hash. And it says if the service account is not a domain admin, you can use it to log into other systems in Pivot or Escalate, or you can use that cracked password to spray against other service and domain admin accounts. So password reuse, right? Password reuse is huge. Many companies may reuse the same or similar passwords for their service or domain admin users. If you're in a professional pen test, be aware of how the company wants you to show risk. Most of the time, they don't want you to exfiltrate data and will set a goal or a process for you in order to get in order to show risk. So then mitigation, defending the forest. So strong service passwords, right? This is huge. If I if I can't crack it, um, that's always big, right? So you can tell a lot by companies or about a company based on their password policy. So if you're able to grab this ntds.dit and you can crack like a third of their passwords, they probably have a terrible password policy. So enforcing those strong standards for mitigation. Don't make service accounts domain admins. Yeah, that's huge too. Um, this is a bad practice. Don't make your MySQL user a domain admin. That's a bad idea because he's going to get Kerberoasted. because his password is probably MySQL. Uh, Says they don't need to be domain admins. Kerberoasting won't be as effective if you don't make service accounts domain admins. So now what's the passwords? We output those, what, terminal 1? No, it's in that file, huh? We just opened the file. Damn. Damn. We closed all our terminals? We're closing them all out. So we can cat out, what was this, out.txt? Is it? Was it an out.txt? Web results. It should be in, how does Hashcat store it? Hashcat, okay, just, there's a pot file. Oh, okay. Just John the Ripper, I guess. No, Hashcat doesn't do that mess. Um, so we'll rerun it because we lost our terminal. Uh, all hashes found is pot files. Okay, so use show. Hashcat, tac show. That's what it was. Hashcat, and then you have to specify the file, tac show. So that was out.txt. And we have the SQL service password is my password, 123 hashtag. And the HTTP service accounts password is summer 2020. Summer 2020. So let's enter these here. Oh, why did he flipped them on me? Damn dog. All right, we got a few left here. I don't think these are gonna take that long. As rep roasting is pretty easy. Very similar to Kerberoasting. As rep roasting dumps the Kerb as rep 5 hashes of user accounts that have Kerberos pre-auth disabled. So this is the requirement, and we're probably going to enumerate which users those are. Yeah, so we're using Rubeus here. It's just, straightforward. Rubeus is like I said, it's a collective tool, right? We have a lot of different methods within it to perform all of these attacks. So we can ASREP roast, we can Kerber roast, we can pass the ticket. So let's go ahead and we'll go to workspace 1, rubeus.exe ASREP roast. Cool. So let's output this to a file so we don't waste time like last time. So you would do that like this, out file, and then a colon. I'm gonna name it as rep. See if it takes that. Cool. So they both got output there, and then we can pass it the file with the netcat that we downloaded off my HTTP server. Um, mhm, mhm. And let's go to documents, TryHackMe, breaking, and then it's just netcat. Netcat, NVLP is fine. Let's do 8989. And then we have to specify an output file. We're going to call it asrep. And it's going to sit there and wait and listen for a connection. And if it receives one, it's going to put all the data into that file. So here we go. We're going to send this. And for some reason, it's going to hang. But if I verify it's there, then I can just cancel it. You know what? I'm pretty sure it's there. So we have two users here. We have the kerb5 asrep hash for admin 2, and we have the kerb5 asrep hash for user 3. Let's see what our TryHackMe wants. Crack those hashes with hashcat, of course. So if we do hashcat tac help and we pipe it grep tac I Kerberos. Again, we're looking for asrep. And this is the only asrep is this 18200 mode here. So we'll say hashcat tac A0 tac M 18200 and we'll specify the hash file and then the custom rocku file that they gave us. Should be good. We didn't do tac O, but honestly, these passwords are so easy, like we didn't need it. But tac O can save a lot of time if you're dealing with longer lists and stuff. So this is the password for admin 2. What hash type does it use? Which user is vulnerable? Which user? User 3. What is the user's password? I have the admin's password copied. Hold on. Admin's password. This was admin 2, right? Okay. And then his password's password 3. And saying this. They want this. Kerberos 5 E-type 23 as rep. And this is capital P password 3. Ah, okay. It looks like they also didn't they do a second method? No, they didn't. They just stuck with Rubeus this time. Okay, pass the ticket. Mimi cats. Okay, I'm kind of debating doing this one. Mimikatz is a powerful post-exploit tool, most commonly used for dumping user creds, right, inside of an Active Directory network. It says, however, we'll be using Mimikatz in order to dump a ticket granting ticket from the LSASS memory. This will only be an overview of how to pass the ticket attacks, work as TryHackMe does not currently support networks. Okay, so we're just kind of gonna go over it, I guess. We're not gonna perform it. So this LSASS is a memory process that stores credentials on Active Directory server. It can store Kerberos ticket along with other credential types to act as the gatekeeper and accept or reject the credentials provided. You can dump the Kerberos tickets from the LSASS memory, just like you can dump hashes. And then when you dump the tickets with Mimikatz, it will give us a .kirby ticket, which can be used to gain domain admin if a domain admin ticket is in the LSAS memory. Um, it's great for privesc and lateral movement. Here's a good example. So you can see that. So the user interacts with LSAS, um, which sends an ASREC to the key distribution center, which sends back ASREP, which sends back a ticket granting service request, and then that sends back a ticket granting service reply, and then uses it on the target. Um, it's good to get an idea of how they work, but if if you're just running like Mimikatz, it's not gonna probably affect what command you put in the terminal. I mean, you need to know probably what the main boxes here are, but you will need prepare Mimikatz and dump tickets. So I don't know, they're acting like they're setting us up to execute this. I understand how to pass the ticket. Okay. It does say you can run Mimikatz and then privilege debug. So I have Mimikatz a little bit in here, I believe. Yeah. So uh, yeah. So this is another thing is Mimikatz gets picked up by antivirus like crazy. And they're constantly updating it uh, to be one step ahead of antivirus Windows Defender, right? Um, and then Windows Defender is trying to get one step ahead of them. So it's kind of cat and mouse, and it's always changing, and there's no one way is the right way. But in general, um, we kind of talked about how it works, and then so they're talking about like privilege debug. Um, this is the main way to bypass memory protections, so potentially to get Mimikatz executed, and then any user logs in memory for all also drops. There's NTLM hashes, and then just some general things that we can dump, right? So we can dump if we have this LSA dump SAM, we can dump the SAM file. Um, we can have it dump the ntds.dit. Dump NTLM hashes for users via local security authority. So running it with LSA, for instance, local security authority, um, can be a solution for like other methods not working, right? Running it with this patch here, um, this could be the difference between you getting an NTLM hash or not. But yeah, it's kind of a lot, and they don't have a place for us to practice it. Pass the ticket. So PTT. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and skip it because we're not able to perform it. Said because of TryHackMe. So um, and then the golden ticket attack. It says present this ticket to the key distribution center when you want. You can be late, and you may bring with you Mimikatz. Yeah, again, this is another was extremely popular. Golden's getting outdated. Silver is now even starting to get picked up more. I think what bronze is bronze next, the bronze data attack. Um, that's not a pun. I think it's really the next one. Um, then we have the skeleton key overview. The skeleton key works by using the ASREC encrypted timestamps. timestamps encrypted with the user's NT hash. The domain controller then tries to decrypt this timestamp with the user's NT hash. Once the skeleton key is implanted, the domain controller tries to decrypt the timestamp using both the user NT hash and the skeleton key NT hash, allowing you access to the forest. So we see here, again, I'm not going to go through all these because I'm at the point where this is the last one too. I'm just ready to wrap it up. I think the stream's about 7 hours long, so we're gonna have to call it. But so they're running mimikatz.exe, and it's similar to PowerShell or Metasploit or something. Wait, when did you send that? Which path is this? Yeah, hold on one sec. So this, let me duplicate it. Is it gonna start at the top? Yeah, okay. Um, it's called Breaking Windows. So if you go to, I think I just searched I think I searched active, and then it's on page 2. Um, so you go to page 2, and then I clicked on this exploiting Active Directory, and no, that's a lie. I didn't do that. I know it's called Breaking Windows, but I didn't see it. I mean, breaching Active Directory. I gotta find it now, man. Yeah, me looking bad now. Yeah, I'll just back out of this. Breaking Windows. So we did the first 3, and we're on the last module of this one, attacking Kerberos. And then it looks like paid exploitation basics, and then throwback is what? This it says paid. Um, oh, so it's a network. Cool. So they have an Active Directory lab, which honestly you can build at home. Um, maybe not quite like this one or with that many machines, but you could. There's guides online you could follow to set up an Active Directory lab with like VMware if you have 32 gigs RAM. Um, that would actually be plenty, but it's like $30 for 60 days or $60 for 30 days. I think that's what I read. Hey, the Windows Lab. W read. I was really ready to finish this, and now I'm just done with it. Um, Looking at this, one last time, I did want to say, yeah, you're running Mimikatz here. Once you have, this is like post exploit access. Install the key with Mimikatz. So, you know, it's pretty straightforward, right? Miss Skeleton, yes, that's it, but don't underestimate this small command. It is very powerful. Um, right? Looks like nothing. Accessing the forest. The default credentials will be Mimikatz. And they give you an example here. The share will now be accessible without the need for the administrator's password. Yeah, I'm not going to go any more into that. And then there's a list of resources right here. But I am going to call it. I'm tired of sitting in this chair. I need coffee. I gotta pee again. I think I'm gonna end stream for today. Um, but thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for bearing with me, especially the last like I don't know hour. I've just been like tired. Um, definitely red. Fucking W's in chat. GG red. Um, yeah, man. I'm just beat. I've been studying like every day. Um, so, but hey, yeah, man. Hey, thanks for coming and hanging. Thanks everybody. Thanks for all the follows today. Wanted to give Drago a shout out too for rating today and and cheering me a bit earlier. And yeah, just for everyone coming to hang and learn, watch, listen, laugh, whatever. It's been pretty fun. So a whole work day, that's like I don't know, I'll take like 750 an hour for it, you know? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, man, hey, you helped me get through a whole study sesh. So again, appreciate the help, appreciate the chatting. But until next time, if I don't stream tonight, it's 8 a.m. here. So if I'm not streaming tonight, my schedule's kind of weird, obviously. Then I'll be streaming tomorrow. So, but I have a lot of time to like rest up, get some errands run and things before I'd be streaming again. So, again, thank you guys, and until next time, it's been fun. Until next time. See if anyone I'm following is streaming. None of my channels are live. Damn it. Is there anyone else in science and tech doing hacking I could raid with? Old Linux? Um, 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 um. I've seen people streaming hacking and like just talking too, so I don't know. Hacknet? Keeping my puppy away. What? What's hacknet? What is what talking about? Modern, super immersive, terminal-driven hacking game. That sounds cool. Sounds pretty sweet. Without you by my side. All right, cool. I gotta see if she's actually streaming hacking. Computers, tech, shellcode, coding. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys to Cyclic stream. I don't know, this looks pretty cool. So, all right, guys, thanks again. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out. I'll until next time.
Until they have an update on World of Haiku. We are not hacking someone's Instagram. Oh my gosh, I literally had a childhood best friend text me this week asking me if I could hack and take someone's Instagram down because they're like a predator and malicious, and I'm like, no, I can't do that. That's illegal. Like, involve the police if they're harming you in any way, but I don't do illegal stuff like that. Yo, thank you, Decker Jake, for rating. Yeah, what is this hacker man stuff? Call the government if you wish. Yeah, let's shout out Decker Jake. Thank you so much. Please don't pee. Oh. Yay. Okay. I'm like, am I doing this right? 7 hours of AD pen testing. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, you got me. Thank you so much, Maximus. Profesh mod. Appreciate you. So I'm not doing pen testing. I'm doing fake hacking here. But it's kind of fun fake hacking, right? I don't know if we can see it. I can't see me, but this dog is adorable. He's cute. Please chew on something that is worth chewing on. Can you get your toy? Please chew on that. Yes. Okay. This is exactly what I was hoping for. The place has been stripped clean, but for one encrypted file in bits folder, as you've probably seen. But that file, ... I know how to open it. It's a password he told a few of us a long time ago that worked on a project with him too. He said